haven't touched on a whole lot of his legal issues, but it just took a step forward. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was arrested in Manhattan by federal agents yesterday based on a sealed indictment. His attorney, Mark Agnifilo, said, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." Agnifilo said that Combs voluntarily relocated to New York in anticipation of the charges.
That seems weird.
So Diddy has faced several allegations of sexual assault. Last week, singer Dawn Richard filed a lawsuit accusing Combs of sexual assault, battery, sex trafficking, gender discrimination, and fraud. He denies the allegations. In the same month, Combs was ordered to pay $100 million in a different sexual assault lawsuit to Derek Lee Smith, who accused Combs of drugging and sexually assaulting him at a party almost 30 years ago. An attorney for Combs said the rapper would move to have the judgment dismissed, but he was ordered to pay $100 million.
I doubt
Wow.
they'll follow through with that, but $100 million, heavy duty. Well, you know what? That footage, everyone saw that footage of him brutalizing the now ex-girlfriend in the hallway in the hotel, kicking her and all that stuff. So, the career, is there any way back career-wise now after footage like that leaks?
I actually never saw the footage.
I didn't either.
Oh, okay. So you got to check it out. He's very aggressive. He's kicking her on the floor. He's in like a robe. It's in a hotel hallway.
Wow.
Not good.
R&B vocalist Cassandra Ventura also sued Combs in 2023, accusing him of serial physical abuse, sexual slavery, and rape during their 10-year professional and romantic relationship. Did I say abuse?
Yeah,
He said abuse.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's okay. It's the way Drew Barrymore would report the story.
This is terrible physical abuse.
This is terrible.
Abuse.
The thing is, and I don't know all the specifics.
Good Lord. We're watching the video right now, Steve.
Right?
Good God. Wow. Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, he's beating the hell out of this girl and kicking her on the ground and dragging her. Wow. Okay. I don't know who that was. I'm not sure who that was.
That was the one of the ex, yeah.
So she agreed, this woman, Cassandra Ventura, agreed to an undisclosed settlement in November 2023. Combs strongly denied the allegations. So we'll see where this goes, but they arrested him. Federal authorities did, yes.
Handcuffs and everything.
More to that coming. Prince Harry is reportedly set to inherit $10.5 million after turning 40 this past weekend, thanks to a trust fund set up by his late great-grandmother, the Queen Mother.
Oh, I want one of those.
That was set up in 1994. The Queen Mother, who passed away in 2002, left the fund for her great-grandchildren, with Harry receiving a larger sum than his brother, Prince William, due to William's future as heir as the British throne.
Do we know what he's getting?
No, but it's not as much. When Harry...
His grades were better.
When Harry turned 30, he inherited around $13 million from his mom, Princess Diana. Harry said in his 2020 CBS interview that having the money allowed him and Meghan Markle to be able to move to the U.S. after he stepped down from his royal duties. Over the weekend, Harry celebrated his milestone birthday at a charity tennis tournament in Los Angeles benefiting children in foster care. Reflecting on turning 40, he shared his excitement and commitment to continuing his charity work and being a dedicated father to his two children, Archie and Lilibet. Prince William and Kate Middleton also sent birthday wishes to Harry, posting a message on social media to mark the occasion.
Have you seen Prince William is rocking a little bit of a tight crop beard?
Oh, does it look good on him?
Looks pretty good.
So that's kind of unusual for, I know Harry had one for a bit, but he's a different story.
Different story.
But this is a potential king here.
Yeah.
Rocking a little beard.
Don't usually see that.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Artem Chigvintsev has responded to Nikki Garcia's divorce petition by seeking joint legal and physical custody of their 4-year-old son, Mateo, and requesting spousal support according to court documents. He also asks Garcia to pay his attorney's fees and cost. Wow. This comes after Garcia filed for sole custody and asked the court to terminate spousal support for both parties. So not only is he asking for joint custody and all this, he's also asking for her to pay up.
is requesting joint custody and possession of the soda stream.
Now, we're going to draw the line at the soda stream. Both cited irreconcilable differences for the split, listing their separation
and
date
the air fryer
as August 29th. The same day, Chingvensiv was arrested on a charge of domestic violence to a spouse. He was arrested.
We also demand he changes his name.
He was released. So it's easier to say.
Very difficult to say. Can we just call him Chinny Chin Chin?
They've been married since 2023, by the way. Nobody has publicly commented on the divorce as of yet. Speaking of marriages, there have been a ton of rumors flying around about Selena Gomez and her boyfriend, Benny Blanco. There have been hints and signs that they may be engaged or thinking about getting engaged, but nothing has been confirmed so far. And the internet went into high gear this weekend because they were convinced that they saw Selena wearing an engagement ring while she was at the Emmys. Unfortunately, it does not appear to be correct.
I bet you they're going to do it. I mean, they seem like they are a lovely couple.
So the singer,
and Selena,
she was wearing a platinum band covered in marquee diamonds on her left ring finger. And according to E! News, that ring was just one of many that Tiffany and Company pieces.
She should have looked into Argentium.
That she chose to wear. And she also wore 4 other Tiffany and Company rings that night as well.
So she's a billionaire, right?
Giving her all that stuff.
Selena?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was the word,
Yeah, we just found that out.
That's nice.
Yeah, that is
like
nice.
a billion.
Travis Kelce hosted Saturday Night Live last year, and he did more than make a few sketches. He also made some new friends. Speaking on the red carpet at the Emmys this weekend, cast member Bowen Yang revealed that he has kept in touch with the football star ever since through social media.
It's pretty cool.
So they're chatting, yeah. He said, we'll check in with each other. He's so sweet. And he said that... he told the Los Angeles Times, shared with them that Yang and Kelce, of course, are keeping in touch, but they had started a sketch called Straight Male Friend, which featured the, quote, low-effort, low-stakes relationship between a gay man and his straight male friend. He said, he's my straight male friend for life. Travis, I love you. So the SNL cast member did reveal that making plans to hang out can be hard since Travis and Taylor Swift live such busy lives. He said that they can swing by the show whenever. They are more than welcome all the time. So it's cool that they've made a friendship out of that.
He did do a good job, Travis Kelce, on SNL. He really, he also did the thing, Case. He actually learned his lines.
Yeah.
He's not reading off the cards all the time.
Right.
Yes. I always appreciate that.
I do as well.
I mean, come on. A little bit of effort into this. So Chriselle Staus from Selling Sunset had a bit of a health scare recently. She revealed on Instagram that her, quote, vintage breast implants, which she had gotten 15 years ago, had both ruptured.
Oh.
Yeah. Not good.
Well, they're supposed to be replaced every 10 years, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it 10 years?
Yeah, I thought so.
What if you get steel belted?
Wow.
Doesn't that
You
go
get them rotated every year and then change the
10 years for
Okay, this
an
says-
invasive surgery like that?
Yeah.
This says on average anywhere between 10 and 20 years.
I'll go for the 20.
She
My
said
butt implants are good for 15.
Yeah, but not if they're going to rupture. You got to get them out.
I guess that's true.
She said earlier this year, I had a full body scan and learned both of my breast implants were ruptured. My first thought was fear, thinking about having to undergo surgery and if the rupture would lead to any complications. Original surgeon had retired, so Staus found one that removed all the leaked silicone and replaced the implants. Staus added that she wanted to be upfront about the issue in hopes that it could help anyone else that was going through this.
I just got a text message last night from my friend, and she goes, "Did you see so-and-so's Facebook post?" And I said, "No." She goes, "Go to her page." I'm like, "Well, why?" She goes, "You'll know." And so we went to the page, and she was a woman who had breast implants, I mean, since we've known her, but she clearly got new ones. And
Really?
I think she went a little bigger.
Oh, she
and
upgraded, huh?
They're a little perkier, and they just were like out for everyone to see. But anyway, my point is that she's had them since we've known her, and she obviously got them redone.
Okay.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I do know that occasionally, eventually you'll have to get them reset or whatever, but I thought it was longer than 10 years.
We're looking at the video of her. I guess this is from the, when she made this admission. So I don't know if she's had, if they've removed everything yet. It says she found one of them.
On her back.
Removed all the leaked silicone and replaced the implants. Okay, so she's done with it. But, she looks great. She's gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah, I mean-
As you would imagine. Yeah. As you can
As you can
imagine.
imagine. She had a breast exploded.
We can't say that sentence ever.
As you can imagine. Detonated as you can imagine.
Just a couple of weeks after letting fans and followers know that she was officially single, Rumor Willis may have to amend that statement. She was photographed Friday kissing a mystery man outside a firehouse in Los Angeles.
Firehouse?
Yeah. At the first glance, the location and the fact that the guy was wearing an L.A. County Fire Department T-shirt seemed to suggest that she nabbed herself a fireman.
I had 3 testicles.
Oh, my God. He sounds magical.
Last month, Willis revealed that she and former boyfriend Derek Richard Thomas were done as a couple. We're going to go back to Buckingham Palace for a moment.
Yes, of course.
They deny being this petty. The royal family refuted stories that they had cropped Meghan Markle out of a photo posted on social media to wish Prince Harry a happy 40th birthday. A spokesperson for Buckingham Palace says
Rubbish.
the 2018 pic shared on the family's official accounts was not altered in any way and was used in the format they received it from a photo agency.
We did not crop her out of the photo. We simply photoshopped in a picture of a river otter.
The palace also maintained there were multiple pics taken that day,
Here I am having breakfast with my river otter.
both with and without Markle, to get a solo shot of the prince.
I believe
Required
it.
No cropping.
Yeah, the picture doesn't look like it was canoinkered with.
Yeah. Stanley Tucci. Love that guy. One of my
Great.
favorite actors.
Do you watch the show?
No, I have not watched it, and I need to. I
Yeah.
read his book,
Yeah.
and I absolutely loved it, but I do need to watch
I haven't, and people rave on it.
the food program that he has. So he... One more time, Case. He remains surprised by his being dubbed a foodie sex symbol during the pandemic. In a new interview with Page Six, Tucci admits that he had no idea how it happened and jokes saying people must have been desperate.
He's my favorite faux gay guy because he's done it twice in Burlesque and The Devil Wears Prada.
He's amazing in Devil Wears Prada. His culinary talents charmed millions during lockdown, leading the Emmy-winning CNN series Stanley Tucci Searching for Italy, and an upcoming memoir called What I Ate in 1 Year, featuring appearances from stars like Harry Styles, Woody Harrelson, and King Charles.
There were people who would describe Preston during the lockdown. They would watch his videos of him doing mixology, and they described it as almost an ASMR.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
His voice,
Yeah.
he has this very resonant voice, and his diction and clarity, and when he speaks is kind of mesmerizing. And
Kind of like Gary Lauer.
I could see adding in some the sounds of mixing drinks and shaking ice and stuff like that as very ASMR inducing. Tucci, who battled oral cancer in 2018, is doing excellent now, but reflects on the irony of briefly losing his taste during his treatment. He also dished about aging and his role as a father, sharing his wish to stay younger for his kids. He said, I realize that when my youngest is 21, I'll be 80.
Wow.
And he said, and that's uncomfortable. Along with promoting his new book out October 15th, Tucci is launching a cookware line, which is a long-time dream. And he'll be interviewed by his brother-in-law, John Krasinski, at Madison Square Garden on the book's release date, which is pretty cool.
He's also in pretty damn good shape.
Real good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. How's John Krasinski his brother-in-law?
His
married to-
wife is Emily Blunt's sister.
And
Get out of town.
and Tucci's sister is P. Diddy.
Okay.
Oh,
So there's a lot in the news about these guys, but so it's pretty cool that they ended up in a family together. Of course, he and Emily Blunt were in Devil Wears Prada together, so they've obviously had a relationship for a while. At 90s Con, Florida, over the weekend, the cast of Melrose Place reunited for the first time in a long time and have more to offer fans than just memories.
You should have been there, Kathy.
Heather Locklear, Josie Bissett, Brooke Langton, Laura Leighton, Grant Show, and Daphne Zuniga appeared together on a panel when the subject of a Melrose revival came up. And Zuniga took that question. She said, everyone has agreed to do it. Laura and I worked on this for a little bit now, she said. It is in talks. Business affairs and lawyers and all those types are talking about it, and they do want to do it. Leighton added that the stars need to align, but we want it as much as the fans want it. She even hinted at the direction the new project would take. She said the idea is what happens to these people 30 years later. Well, obviously, right? So,
Yeah. So you make it Melrose Gardens. You put it in a retirement home.
All right.
And so most of the days they play pickleball, and then it's off to dinner at 2:30.
The original series aired from 1992 to 1999, so that could be
I would watch that.
interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hallmark Plus has revealed the premiere date for its new mystery show. Listen to this title.
Okay.
Mistletoe Murders.
I want to watch that.
So they've
It's
now
got two of my favorite things: mistletoe, Christmas, and murder.
and blood.
Yeah.
So I know that they've done these murder mystery things on Hallmark, but now they are officially doing Christmas murders.
It's perfect.
Hey,
Christmas
murders.
people get
and
murdered
love.
at Christmas time.
Yep.
And love stories.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They tie in love stories to it. So Mistletoe Murders stars Grey's Anatomy alum Emily Lane as a shop owner who investigates local murders. She also may or may not have a crush on a local detective who starts to wonder if there's more to Emily than he first thought.
I can see it now. He hides the engagement ring in the slash wound in the victim's chest.
Oh, my God. How romantic.
Mistletoe Murders was actually adapted from an Audible original series of the same name. Steve, what if it was like Silence of the Lambs and they hit it in the throat
Oh, that'd be great.
of the dead body?
Right, you have to pull it out with those long forceps.
Yeah, I think I like that too. The audio show starred, so it was an original Audible, by the way, of the same name. This is where this came from, Mistletoe Murders. And that original audio show starred Kobe Smulders and Raymond Ablack and more. The 6-episode series for Hallmark Plus will premiere on October 31st, by the way. So it's kind of interesting on Halloween that the Christmas...
So this will go up against our other one, Yuletide Genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I like the...
It's a little
It's
bit
got a good ring
more
to it.
potent.
Yeah. All right, two more quick stories here. James Cameron's dance card is very full with the multiple Avatar sequels that he's actively working on. But the director is looking far down the road. He's announced the project he hopes will follow his Avatar commitments. He has purchased the rights to Charles Pellegrino's forthcoming book, Ghosts of Hiroshima. Cameron will use that as well as its predecessor, Last Train from Hiroshima, to bring the story of the Hiroshima nuclear blast as told from the Japanese point of view to the big screen.
So we're not going to get our Titanic 2.
No, I don't think they're going to do that. The film will be named after the earlier novel and will tell the true story of a Japanese man during World War II who survived the atomic blast at Hiroshima and got on a train to Nagasaki and then survived the nuclear explosion in that city as well. Wow.
And right after that, you know what he did? Fired his travel agent.
Of course.
Steve, I brought up Cameron's IMDb, and Avatar 5 is slated to come out in the year 2031.
Whoa.
I mean, I know the first one was great, and the second one was fine, but are people going to be watching the fifth one?
I am with you on that. Listen,
I'm still in. I haven't tapped out yet.
I enjoyed the first one. I didn't think the first one was great. It was Dances with Wolves. Technologically speaking, amazing. I watched it many times. The second one with the water, again, an engaging movie. But to spend this amount of time, I'd like to see him do some other things.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's doing this. But the guy's a force to be reckoned with.
The book, Ghosts of Hiroshima, will drop next August. No word on when Cameron's film adaptation will begin production.
Do you know what book has never been made into a movie? They're just Mad Libs. Right?
Right?
They're super popular.
And they wrote a lot of those, too.
I mean, Christopher Guest almost makes Mad Lib's book or
I
movie.
think you're right. True, yeah.
So, as happens with every award show, this week's Emmy Awards managed to disappoint some folks. The In Memoriam segment, accompanied by Jelly Roll's live rendition of I Am Not Okay, honored and remembered entertainers who we lost last year, but several names were not seen. Shelley Duvall was one of them.
Yeah.
Johnny Wachter, Cheetah Rivera, and Tyler Christopher. I really don't know.
Cheetah Rivera is huge. Yeah, and Broadway star. And, yeah, they always do, though. I think it's a no-win situation. You know, they try to be as comprehensive as they can.
So
what they should probably do, Preston, is replace it, instead of In Memoriam, replace it with a list of people they hope will die.
Right, right. For fans feeling slighted, those not in the aired In Memoriam were featured on the Emmys website as well. So some, they don't, you know.
They can't get to everybody.
Yeah, there are too many people.
People are dying to get on that list.
Did they do James Earl Jones? I mean, he just passed away. So
I would think
Yes,
so.
yes, they did.
They did, okay.
All right, so how about clips? Let's do those. The docuseries Child Star features Demi Lovato sitting down with her peers and discussing the highs and lows of growing up in the spotlight here. Christina Ricci is one of the highlighted celebs, and she talks about her toughest moments.
I've actually gone through periods as an adult where we were really, really broke. Like, it's a visceral feeling. I don't ever want to feel this, like, helpless. There's a ton of that pressure, and it's hard. It definitely is, because you have to work to support your family, but at the same time, you working takes away time from your family.
Child Star debuts today on Hulu if you would like to see that. Here's our next clip. Lace up your dancing shoes. Dancing with the Stars begins its 33rd season tonight. In this clip, host Alfonso Ribeiro shares his favorite facet of the show.
The beauty of doing this show is you watch celebrities start. They know nothing about the journey that they're going to go on. And then 11 weeks later, they've gone through a miraculous journey. They've learned so much about themselves and their partner. And the best ones are the ones who give all of that out to the world and showcase it all on the show.
I don't think I want to see it.
Dancing with the Stars. Sometimes that clip just hits it perfect. Dancing with the Stars premieres tonight on ABC. Although, Kathy, you will watch some of this, you said, because Anna Delvey with the...
I want to see with her ankle bracelet.
Her monitor.
Quick question. So up to, I wonder how the schedule actually works with that, because they clearly have been practicing. How much in advance are they required to show up for that? In other words, when the announcement is made as who's on the show, I assume they've been practicing for a while already, right?
Or at least from that point on. I mean,
I don't know if they practice ahead of time. I follow a couple of people that are on the show, and like as soon as the announcement is made, like within a couple of days, they start posting videos of them working with their dance. But I don't know if they do it in advance of that or not. So
it's a lot.
Maybe not. All right, and that is the entertainment report for today. We have a lot going on the program. We're in the middle of the back school A to Z. It is going to end today, sometime with Pierre, probably late in a show, maybe into Brent's show, not really sure. We have a Tattoosday. I just did that by accident. So text word tattoo to 39333. You might win a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We have Good Money It coming up, and your opportunity to win $1,000 multiple times today. We have a place called The Sugary stopping by this morning with giveaways. They are a new retail bakery in Rittenhouse Square. They got cake slices, cupcakes, cookies, dessert boxes, brownies, and cheesecake.
Can't wait.
21st is on 21st between Locust and Spruce. You can go to thesugaryphilly.com as well, and we will get them in here in a little while. They're bringing some goodies for us, and we'll have some goodies to give away to you on top of that. And director Brad Furman is going to be stopping in. Shot a film in Atlantic City. So we're going to talk to him about that a little bit later on today, too. So a bunch to get to. We'll take a break, come back in a second. We are in the W's of the Back to School A to Z. Stay with us.
Videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 15 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. These birds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's
it's
exactly
how to
it.
get the numbers.
Right.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast. So, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
Yes!
My Little Ponies! Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective so, like, the Grammys and the awards have, dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care
I got
Bears.
My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
The
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your mom probably
wanted
thought they
them.
were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but I don't know why. Like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago? 2019.
that long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah, it was a festival. Another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you getting back to the concert dynamic, what's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How is that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is, and Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Get into anything. I did want to mention something real quick. Kathy, I did something you did a little while back down the shore this past weekend. I went for a ride in the Carstar karaoke car.
Oh yeah. How was it?
This gal, she's a rideshare driver. Her name is Lulu. She goes by, and her car is all decked out with all these lights and dangling things hanging down from the ceiling.
Did you go at night?
Yes.
It's like they're like everything's glow in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the car is lit up like crazy, and she's got 3 microphones in there. It's set through her sound system.
That's great.
You sing while you're going where you're headed to. And so we were going to Cape May for dinner, and we just sang the whole way there and had a blast. She's been posting some stuff on Instagram. It's Carstar Karaoke if you want to take a look.
What'd you sing?
I sang Luck Be a Lady tonight.
Oh.
Frank is in my register. I can actually sing Frank Sinatra, and I don't have much range, and Frank had kind of a lower pitch voice.
Right.
So I can sing Frank.
Do we have audio of that?
I have somewhere. It's not good audio. But hang on, I'll see if I can.
I love that song. Luck Be a Lady Tonight.
She posted on her account, Preston, you singing.
Yes.
Okay.
She does have me on there.
While you're looking for it, just real quick. So I was in Wildwood Crest for a girls' weekend at the beginning of the summer, and we walked out of a bar looking for, a ride. We were going to go somewhere, and the bouncer at the bar goes, here, like that's I don't know what she is, if she's Uber or whatever she is, but just a ride share. And we were like, it was like the gates had opened. We were like, what is this? We could see her glowing. She got on the microphone and was like, ladies, get in. It was.
You just knew it was meant to be.
Case,
Are we going to heaven?
We couldn't believe that we stumbled upon her. It was so great.
Kudos for her to be working at this hard.
Hang on a second here. Let me see if I have this.
Here you can plug it in.
All right, hang on. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet. I haven't listened to it. Let me plug it in. Hang on.
That I can do is pray.
Yes.
Let's hear the tambourines.
And she's
She
cheering.
joins in.
Yeah, she's cheering along. There's tambourines and stuff like that.
Love be a lady tonight.
We're all singing along at this point, so.
Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with.
I sound just like Frank, don't I?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like being at the Sands.
Yeah. So we had a blast, and you can talk to people. It's like Mr. Microphone, the old commercial. Hey,
Yeah.
good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
Oh, I love that.
While you're driving by, and everybody's going like, what the hell is that?
What a gimmick, man. That's brilliant.
And she's got little light up lays that you get to wear, and there's a contest where you can find all the SpongeBobs in her car.
I mean, we kind of invented that when we were driving to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And driving across the country, we were doing, we had the light show going on and the karaoke going on.
Dude, when we did what did we call the karaoke game that we did with you guys? It was so much fun.
It was really good.
That was one of my favorite segments I think we've ever done on this show.
Well,
you and
because
Cuz,
Kyle,
Jackie and Kyle.
Yeah, because Kyle can carry a tune, and Cuz just sang whatever melody he felt like singing, which was hilarious.
And you can carry a tune, and Jackie couldn't sing at all.
No.
And that's what made it great.
It was absolutely cryptic, whatever he was singing.
So I want to thank Lulu for giving us a ride. It was a lot of fun. So and she goes all up and down through the shore towns. I don't know where she's completely based out of, but it's Carstar Karaoke. We had a really great time.
Yeah, she I think does a lot of her business in Wildwood, and she comes from Cape May each evening. I think Wildwood is probably where she's getting a lot of her, a lot of rides.
Well, listen, while we have some time, I wanted to dive into something. We haven't done this in a long time. Casey, hit the music.
hell is this?
That's the wrong music.
It's Club General Store. How did that happen?
I mean, I think
We're now selling Molly.
this is a new store.
This is
What
Frank
is this,
Ocean.
the new place they moved into town?
This
Is this the
putting
competition?
They're putting the general store out of business.
What's going on across the street?
So
the hell is that?
It normally would be this banjo playing
Yeah.
as if we're
This
in an
isn't.
old country store.
This is Klaus has moved into town.
Can I see
yeah,
your
we're
ID?
your competitors now.
No,
Okay.
they check your ID to see
I
who
know,
you
yeah,
are,
yeah.
and then maybe you'll be allowed in.
So it's labeled as odds and ends,
Yeah.
but it is. So that has happened. There's been a couple of times. So we have a digital music system that we have here, and you go and you find the files that you want, and you put them into the player where it goes, and then you engage it to play.
Yeah.
And lately, a few of the titles they've changed. Like the file is different.
So this is the place across the street. Klaus runs it. It's called the Commerce Pit. And that's where you go to get your stuff, not the general store.
All right,
this
so
again.
this is the only banjo song that I have.
All right.
That's not it. That's not it.
I gotta go shopping.
What happened to?
It's like supermarket sweeps.
I don't know what happened. Well, we're just gonna have to go with Frank Ocean
All
for
right,
the
that's
time being.
fine. With Frank Ocean?
That's
is
who
that
this is. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're going into the store. We're going to the general store, and we'll head to the coffee section.
Yes. This place might have a coffee section.
I thought this was kind of nice for a lot of people. The day doesn't begin until you've had your cup of coffee. But for some, it seems that their love of the morning brew can be actually a bit life-changing. According to a new survey, more than half of Americans feel that a good cup of coffee can be so powerful that it can actually turn a bad day into a good one.
So I use my actual coffee the way I want it and enjoy it. I use it after noon, in the early afternoon as my treat for the day when I leave.
See?
Right.
He
So-
uses coffee as like his little pick-me-up.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
So that is the first sugared coffee that I have.
Okay.
Since I started doing the intermittent fasting, I'm drinking black coffee,
know,
which
and
I
that
do
makes-
not like.
That makes me sad. It
Yeah.
makes me sad because I know you hate it, and that's the first thing you have in the morning.
I know.
But whatever,
But then
right?
I look forward to my treat, and that's good too.
So I get when I take my first sip of coffee, I'm like, okay, it's gonna
It's
be a
good
good
to go.
day.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a good day.
Is it the
I just had a conversation with someone. I love coffee so much that if someone was like, "You're gonna die if you continue to drink coffee," I'd be like, "Well,
I guess I'm gonna die.
we all gonna die sometime."
And you nurse it too, do you not? For a while, you'll.
So I drink espresso.
Okay.
So yes, I have to. I'm not going to down that.
Right.
So yeah, I'll sip on it.
Right.
For
Kat,
as
did
long
we
as
ever
I
get to
can.
the bottom of which would you give up, coffee or alcohol?
Oh, I would give up alcohol way before I'd give up coffee.
That's
No
saying a lot.
kidding.
Because
Oh, not me.
I love the smell, like it brewing. I love the coffee beans. I love.
have you tried drinking in the morning on the way to work?
What
yes, don't you remember years ago I did. It didn't work out for me.
What about alcohol in your coffee?
You know what? I'm not like a I'm not like a
Irish
Bailey's
coffee?
person or
Yeah.
anything like
All
that.
right.
I see this. I really have come to enjoy, what coffee. Now, I'm not a connoisseur of coffee in that, like some of these really more strong and bold and rich flavors, they taste too bitter to me. So I'm not in that realm of being able to check, get all the notes of different coffees and stuff like that. But a good. And I like coffee sweet. I
do as well.
I drink black coffee now while I'm at work because otherwise it's just like you're drinking soda all day long.
Yep.
And
That's the problem.
So I stay away from it then. But that sweetened cup of coffee is a special little moment. I don't know why.
And it gives you a little bit of comfort. It gives you a little bit of up. So I have to wait till the afternoon for that. But when it works on that
See,
same
and
level.
I don't put any sweetener in my coffee anymore.
At all?
Ever?
Nope, ever.
Never even ever as a treat. Because me neither.
Nope.
Except for like on a Saturday or Sunday morning, because my wife likes the French vanilla. She does it sugar free. So I will do that only on Saturday, Sunday mornings.
See,
but on black coffee the rest of the time.
I know what you mean, and almost like a little treat. I did used to do that, but I'm like past that now. I don't even enjoy the sweetness in it. I just want like the flavor of the coffee.
I will say that sometimes I just don't have the right blend of like how much creamer, and sometimes I'll ruin that cup. I'm like, this sucks.
Dude, and so this is what I was about to say. So the first thing I have is a nice sweet cup of coffee in the morning before I get in the car. And right before I walk out the door, I take a little sip of it, and then sometimes it'll be like, nailed it.
Nailed it? Yeah.
Nailed it.
Temperature,
You know what I mean?
sweetness,
Yes.
all
And
of
then
it.
it's
yeah.
just like, Kathy, it's like,
It's the best.
yeah,
It's the
here
best.
we go.
Walking on
Well,
sunshine.
So I switched to tea. Here I have coffee, and then at home I have tea. And in the evening after dinner, I will have my post-dinner tea.
Yeah.
And that with milk and sugar. And then there's times where I nail it. I'm going to sit with this for a while.
Yeah.
Let me take a picture of this. Because it is, but it does speak to a level of quasi-addiction, you know.
Yeah.
But because it's making all the things fire in our brains that makes us happy.
And on the converse there, Monday through Friday, I set the coffee timer, right? So when I get up for work in the morning, the coffee is ready. And I will tell you that on that off occasion where I will either A, forget to make the coffee or not hit the button to make sure it's ready to brew in the morning and I get down, that is a massive punch in the nuts. When I get to down, I'm like, oh no!
Yep.
See, I'd just be like, well, I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late for work. Sorry, don't care.
Yeah, I can't come in today. My Mr. Coffee didn't work.
Oh, man. Let me go to, I have Mike on the phone. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Hi, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. What's up, buddy?
I believe the whole mood enhancer thing about coffee because I could be having, now mind you, let me preface this. I don't go to coffee as a go-to when I'm in a crappy mood. I don't generally have like a fresh cup of coffee in the afternoon. My coffee is drank in the morning. I might have 1, 2, depending on how I'm feeling. But I could be having the crappiest day on the planet. For that 5-10 minutes, and I'm having a couple sips of coffee, for some reason, I don't know, it seems like nothing matters.
Yeah.
Like, it's just,
true.
You take that sip of coffee and you're like, oh my God. I
A
feel
whole
so much
new world.
whatever. It's not like, oh, well, I'm having a crappy day and I'm going to have a cup of coffee and now everything's great. But for those couple minutes, it definitely makes the day better.
Hey, Eric, how do you take your coffee?
I take it dark and kind of not bitter, but like I was in the military for 6.5 years. So I like mine to, as they say, the coffee's like mud.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it like brownish. I put a little bit of cream. I put a
like oil
and a little bit of sugar, and I put a tablespoon and a little, like a half a tablespoon of coffee, and my coffee looks like mud.
Yeah,
All right.
Not my style, but I get it.
Whatever works for you. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate that, bud.
Thanks.
All right, see you, man. Yeah.
I tell you, I will start to go out to a restaurant. I will have my coffee at the beginning of the meal.
Yeah, I'll do that
That's
too
my-
sometimes.
yeah.
Or like a shot of espresso for the.
What's? I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I already have so much trouble sleeping at night that if I were to have coffee at any point after 12:01 in the afternoon, I'm screwed. And Steve, I'm jealous of your ability to have it at dinner or even in the afternoon.
Dude,
It's like it messes me up for the rest of the day.
It's never done the accelerated wire
either.
me up.
I do. I'll go as late as 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, even when you have to go to bed at 9ish and have some. And I've become a fan of the espresso after dinner. That's
That's
fantastic.
nice. Is there a lot of caffeine in that?
Yes, there is.
Okay, all right.
But it doesn't. I guess maybe the food that I have in me kind of counteracts that a little bit.
You know, it's more inclined to get. I'm sure maybe this works. If you have a sugary or sugar, that will do it for you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A really good espresso martini on a Friday night when you have to go out, but you've gotten up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work.
Yeah.
That's key.
That works too. So, according to people that this survey, they indicated that it can turn their day around. Just a good cup of coffee. If it goes both ways. 31% say that their entire day can be ruined if their coffee isn't right. And some people are so in sync with their coffee they can immediately tell if they've been given the wrong order, if it doesn't taste right or look right. But for both hot and cold coffee fans, the perfect cup of coffee is a medium roast with a bold, earthy, and chocolatey flavor profile.
Do you know what? So that depression you're talking about, or at least the mood-altering aspect of it, if I go to Wawa, I always get my small cappuccino from the cappuccino machine. Sometimes they're cleaning the machine or changing the stuff out, and I will stand there and wait.
Stand over them.
Get it done. Get it the way you want it, right?
Now.
Yeah. Let me go to Nick. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, bud. You got a little hack here?
Yeah, so my uncle taught me this. He was making coffee one morning, and I noticed he was putting cinnamon in the coffee grounds right before he puts it in, and let it brew and all that. And I asked him why he does that. He goes, I learned it in prison. It helps with the bitterness. And that's when I found out my uncle went to prison.
Wow.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, I killed your aunt.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you that though, it works. I do it, and if I go to Wawa and.
Nick, can you taste the cinnamon? Because I've been looking for this in my going right, Casey. You know the journey I've been on because I've been looking. I drink the black coffee and I tried different blends that supposedly have different tastes, and it doesn't work. Tell me how it tastes.
So it tastes. I enjoy it. I still do it, and I learned this probably almost 20 years ago.
How much do you put in, just real quick?
It really eyeball. If I'm making a big batch, I'll just sit there and a couple dabs with my finger on the thing. You don't have to overkill it because I can't do the basic batch where it's all sugar, tastes like pumpkin spice and all that stuff.
Right. All right, I got to try that then.
Even at Wawa, because I do black coffee, and when I did the fasting and I did the black coffee, the cinnamon helps because it takes away the bitterness. It's not sweet. And it's not all the sugar.
You wouldn't happen to know if it goes contrary to, because the one thing the whole purpose of the black coffee up until a certain point is that you put your body into ketosis, and so so does the cinnamon counteract that or work against it, or can you have that?
I was told you can have it.
All right.
Cinnamon, there's no sugar it's okay.
I'm going to try that then. Thanks for the
Thanks,
tip.
bud.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Nick.
Steve, you can buy a separate container of cinnamon sugar, but if you just go regular cinnamon, there's no sugar in it. And so I know you go to
sweet.
If you want it to be a little sweeter. If you go to the coffee machine at Wawa, I go to the regular coffee station. And so that's what I fill up with this every morning. I fill this up with just regular coffee. I do the Cuban blend. But occasionally when I want a little bit of a treat, especially in the fall, I'll do a little bit of cinnamon, and you just shake it right over, and they serve that next to the cream station.
I like that. It's sort of Cuban.
I know.
I might try that.
It's good.
Ooh la la.
Michael, we're going to be bigger than USD.
When I'm putting in, I use flavored creams. I prefer the coffee I make at home. I do like going to baristas and getting a latte and so on, but personally, my favorite go-to is the one that I make at home.
You like it a latte?
And so I like it a latte, but I use sweet cream. I will do, when you're putting cream in, you just kind of eyeball it, or how do you judge how much you put in?
Eyeball.
I have a count.
Okay.
Do you?
I count to 3.
This is all right. This is count for us.
That's a
1,
lot.
2, 3. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I like it sweet and creamy.
What if you have a little creamer? How many of those, in the container, the separate creamer container?
25.
Oh, you like a lot of cream.
A little mousse. What do they call mini mousse?
Mini mousse. I used to drink those things straight when I was a kid.
Hey,
at the restaurant, if we'd show up, they'd have a little dish with a whole bunch of them, and I just pound them.
have you
Pick
ever
'em up
just
and pound them?
You ever just
whole
drink
cream?
the sweet creamer?
I have not done that. I think that's too
sweet.
Yeah,
That's too sweet.
yeah. But that was a straight cream. I used to slam those.
Have you tried the sweet cold cream, cold foam or whatever at Dunkin' and
Cold brew?
the other?
Yeah, we got it at home.
It's excellent.
I take it was a little sweet for me.
It is sweet.
Said I don't like it, but people love it.
Oh, yeah. It's addictive. That's why I got to stay away from it.
I'm going to go to Joe next. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Preston, you got to try the Italian sweet cream. No sugar. That's what I use.
Okay.
Amazing.
All right.
Italian sweet cream.
Let me preface this. I had softball. My daughter had softball Saturday, and all day, morning Sunday. So I'm going home Sunday morning around 10 o'clock. I'm getting coffee, running like a little kid to the coffee machine, sit on the couch, turn the TV on. Coffee cup breaks.
No.
Spills all over me. I started crying. I was so sad. I ruined my Sunday. I had a whole day planned. I was going to go out. We were going to do a thing. Nope, not anymore. I had a burnt leg, and I was really sad.
Ruined.
Joe, did you ever see the original movie, The Stepfather? That's
No,
exactly what happened to him in the morning.
And then
he butchered his family.
Killed the whole family.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm with you. Thank you, bud. Appreciate that. Yeah, it can kill it. Yep.
So, this is probably, I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. So I got my coffee.
That means it's bad.
I know. I got my coffee one morning, and I left the coffee shop and took a sip of it, and it was not good. And I was just like, oh no, like, and I was so mad. I was gone, and I passed another one of that same coffee shop. It was a different location, and I went in there.
Returned it there?
And I was like, excuse me, you put too much almond milk in here? And she was like, oh, where's the sticker? I was like, I'm so sorry. I peeled it off.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we put geo-trackers on the cups. We know this is from our store 15.
I probably could have been like, hey, I was down the street, and this tastes like crap, but I don't know.
Why don't you go down the street?
At home, do you have a favorite mug that makes it taste better?
I have my series of mugs.
Not one. Yeah,
I have 1,000 mugs.
What
Right,
is
there are
your
a couple
favorite
of them.
mug? You don't use any of those beer steins?
No, I don't use the beer steins. Right now, the one I use the most is it's got the Swedish chef on it, and it says Vert the Verk. Vert the Ferk is how it's spelled.
I love that.
Yeah, it's great. And then I have one of Roy Kent, and it just says F. It says the F word on it. And then my other favorite is one that I got when Caroline and I were in Maine, and it's got a lobster on it. I bought it
cool.
while we were there, so it just reminds me of our trip there.
Steve, here's something that I don't understand. Occasionally, if you're serving like an Irish coffee, it will be served in a glass mug. I never understood why those come in glass mugs as opposed to like a ceramic one.
So we used to go to a place for brunch that would serve any coffee in a glass mug.
It seems like it doesn't keep the heat as long as
I know, but for some reason, perception-wise, right. I tell you what it did help with was the mixing in the milk edition, because you can watch it. You can watch it like a lava lamp.
Yes.
But for some reason, psychologically to me, this is very Havana.
Am I fancy now?
It made it taste better in my mind. It might have been psychosomatic.
It says it's just a different sensation due to the different material. It's like certain coffees are just served in glass.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Brian because a woman actually taught me this on a trip. Carter and I were taking a trip, and we were talking about the coffee supplies they give you in your hotel room.
Yeah.
And she had this little trick to kind of, spruce it up a little bit. So I'm going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. All right, so how do you fix yours up?
So this is something that I learned about 30 some odd years ago in the Navy, where you would basically take your coffee, which we brewed at like 5-gallon vats at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus.
You let it sit there for about 2 hours and just bake. And then you take a packet of hot chocolate and you pour that in your coffee mug, and then you pour the coffee over it.
Yep.
Interesting.
In the mug with the hot chocolate, and just do that at 6 o'clock at night.
It's a cheap mocha. It's kind of what you're doing.
yeah.
Mocha latte is my favorite.
That's your jam.
Because it's a little hot chocolate-ish without all the extra. It's not so sweet.
Yeah.
And you would think it would taste like that then, Preston, correct?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I do it from time to time. Like I said, if we're in a hotel room and they've got that whatever generic coffee they give you, and if there's a hot chocolate packet in there, I'll put it in there too.
Rainforest, usually the Rainforest blend.
Yes.
There's a hotel coffee.
I have a good
Brian.
hotel hack. If I'm in a hotel and I wake up before the prostitute, I can leave without paying.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little alarm.
It doesn't have anything to do with coffee.
I was curious what the coffee connection was, but it's
the money I save, I can buy myself a coffee.
That's just hooker etiquette right there.
They're expensive.
I saved $100.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
Get a cup of coffee.
Buy somebody else coffee.
I ripped off a hooker. Who wants coffee?
I'm buying.
I saved so much money on the hooker.
Just ripped off a hooker.
Right.
Who wants coffee? I mean, you can get the good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good tip.
It was a good hooker.
Yeah. Right, Kev?
Yeah.
I see a commercial for this right now.
I'm walking on.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Tiptoeing out with your shoes. I just ripped off a hooker and the coffee's on me.
Wow. I love that idea. I love that idea. All right, I'm looking at some of the other stats. Oh, you found the music.
Marissa found it.
I like the club version.
Yay, Marissa.
All right, I guess I wasn't going to switch gears just yet, but because We have to break in the next couple of minutes because we have to do.
We didn't do a lot of shopping, did we? We
Good
stayed
morning,
completely in the
or
coffee aisle.
Good money, yeah, I think I just want to continue on with the coffee thing.
All right.
Because the other things are
Will
going
we get kicked out for loitering in this aisle?
They're going to take too long. No, it's all good. So iced coffee drinkers are more likely to use both sweeteners and creamers in their coffee than hot coffee fans. Interesting. For fans of both hot and cold coffee, the best flavors for creamer and sweeteners are vanilla, caramel, hazelnut, and white chocolate mocha.
Not so much.
Really?
I find white chocolate to be too sweet.
Okay.
I don't know. I've said this before. I don't know why it is about me, but during the week it's hot coffee. On the weekend it's iced coffee. That's what I wake up with.
And nothing but iced coffee on the weekend. Are you an iced coffee person, Kathy?
My espresso is iced. I get espresso over ice. Yes.
So maybe I need
That's what you're mixing up in the morning in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You little
All right.
chemist.
So Kathy sits on the other side of the office from me, and I always hear this.
At first
She's
he
just
thought it
doing
was
that.
margaritas.
Yeah.
That's just her lady parts.
It sounds like she was mixing up margaritas in a shaker, but it's your iced coffee.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
And I just put it in a cup to keep it cold. Like I take it out of my.
So, question with iced coffee, because I've never made it at home. You don't take hot coffee and then put ice in it. That just dilutes it, right?
There's two different ways to do it. You can cold brew, which is a different way of brewing coffee.
And it's a little stronger that way.
Right. Or you could just do what you just described, Preston, and make a hot coffee and then put it over ice.
I think ice that I believe, at least at some of the coffee shops that I go to, the iced coffee is actually brewed hot and then they chill it. But the cold brew,
you can do it
is a
that
different-
way.
Well,
I
that's
think-
almost like an iced Americano then. At that point,
I suppose.
because it waters it down significantly.
It's
as
like a
opposed
Dizzy
to-
Gillespie.
as opposed to either brewing it cold or what about taking a pot of coffee and just letting it cool off?
Yeah, no, I think that's what they do.
Okay.
They're not giving you the Americano.
Gotcha.
Unless you order it that way.
Okay.
So I've mentioned this before. When I was a kid, one of my favorite drinks was basically, Kathy, it was basically coffee syrup. I guess it was coffee that had been, I don't know, with the water removed condensed for lack of a better term, and then you would pour it into milk like syrup, and you would have cold coffee milk.
Oh wow!
And I loved it.
That actually sounds kind of good.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the drip coffee?
Yes.
I went. When we were on vacation in Montauk. This coffee shop had it, and it went through this like intricate. It was like it almost looked like a giant bong.
Right. Yeah.
And it was like dripping.
You want some coffee?
Like dripping into different little like glass balls, and then it eventually went into the cup.
Suck it out of the ball.
Well, but it looked cool. I was like, well, whatever that is, I'll have it.
Okay.
I've seen that elaborate thing. It looks expensive.
Yeah, it looks cool.
By the way, 70% of these participants in this survey preferred to make coffee at home. 12% prefer to get it at a coffee shop, and 18% are fine with either as long as they get their caffeine mix in.
Yeah, and you prefer so you're a prefer to make it at home guy.
I kind of because I know
What
exactly.
you want.
How I want it.
It is my litmus test for restaurants. When I go to a restaurant I've never been to, and the
have
simple
good
description, I forget what travel guy or somebody mentioned it years ago, and I thought that is a good test.
Yep.
If they take pride and they take a little bit of extra time with the way they prepare the coffee, and you can tell it hasn't been passed from pot to pot, or wasn't a pot that they make something else in, and it tastes really good, then the likelihood is you can have a little bit more confidence ordering on the menu.
Yeah, usually good restaurants have good coffee.
Yep.
Yep, most definitely. All right, we do need to take a break because we got the Good Money In contest coming up, and I'm sorry we only stopped in the coffee aisle in the store. But I am
go to that competition across the way.
But I am glad that we found the music for the odds and ends at the country store. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm looking in the Acme Lounge, and I see some dessert items in there. And that means that the Sugary has arrived, and they have brought in some goodies for us. They made very specific desserts for each one of us because they asked us request.
This, to me, seeing them come in today is how they must have felt in France when the Allies came in.
So they are a new retail bakery in Rittenhouse Square. They offer cake slices, cupcakes, cookies, desserts, boxes, brownies, and cheesecake. And you can stop in today. The location on 21st between Locust and Spruce, or visit thesugaryphilly.com to satisfy your sweet tooth. I have a $50 gift card for caller number 18 that I will give to right now. 215. Son of a bitch. 215. I hit the button twice. I didn't mean to do that. 215-263 WMMR is the number. You can check out thesugaryphilly.com if you need any of the information, but we'd like to set you up with that gift card right now. So give us a call and 18, you will get that prize. And we will also don't forget, text the word tattoo to 39333 because today is Tattoo Tuesday. So we have several things taking place this morning. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get to the B file and your chance to win $1,000. Back to school A to Z and more. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie, and I'm like,
powerful.
turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Yeah, feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "What?" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're not
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material, and that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know. I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that.
You're just reminding people of a version they like better. Yeah, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. Far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
All right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza last. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson is playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood. And like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you
Good
make
job.
it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was in fact Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell. Because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather?
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe he is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company? So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
we want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie."
Real quick, I want to give a plug-a-rooney here to a charity event. I got this email from Daniel Platt, and this is coming up October 5th. 1 to 4 p.m. at Sam's Bar and Grill in Blackwood, New Jersey. And it's benefiting Lauren Bogdanovich Foster, who is a 36-year-old mother of 3 battling stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. So they have $35 for a wristband at the door. You get buffet lunch, beer, wine, soda, Jeeps, trucks, bikes, welcome, and 10% of the proceeds are going to MetaViver. And the majority of this is going straight to a GoFundMe or a trust fund for the kids and end-of-life planning, which is what they're doing. So that's according to this. And this is his fiance's sister. So wanted to pass that along. So make sure that you check our community page. That's what I'm trying to think of at WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com for events like this. But again, it's October 5th, 1 to 4 p.m. at Sam's Bar and Grill in Blackwood, New Jersey. So just want to get a little plug to that and pass it along. All right, Bizarre File time. Let's do this now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Kath, I'm sure a lot of people had you in mind when they sent me this story this morning. An 8-year-old girl took an SUV from her Ohio home and drove for miles to a store where she was later found unharmed. You want to guess what store that is?
Was she at Target?
She was at Target.
You got to adopt this kid.
She needed to go there. I get it.
So you committed a felony.
The girl and the vehicle, a 2020 Nissan Rogue, were reported missing around 9 a.m. on Sunday. Family members said that they had last seen the girl at the residence about 2 hours earlier.
How's an 8-year-old driving that?
As police launched an investigation, they learned a small child had been spotted driving a vehicle on a nearby road, but that vehicle could not be located. The SUV was eventually found, and a short time later, it was in the parking lot of a Target store in Bainbridge, which is about 13 miles from her home. Pretty good ride.
You know you wouldn't punish her.
No.
Police soon found the child by herself inside the store. She told officers she had struck a mailbox while driving, but nothing else.
She's a better driver than most.
Authorities did not say why she had decided to travel to the store or provide further details about the trip. The girl is too young to be charged criminally. It wasn't clear if any charges would be filed in the matter, which does remain under investigation. A man returned to the water moments after being rescued from the Columbia River, refusing to be helped by Vancouver officials the second time around. So this guy gets saved, and he's like, no, get back in.
Yeah, what the hell's that about?
Just before 5 p.m., Vancouver police responded to a report of a man that was brought back to shore after being rescued from the Columbia River by a passerby on a jet ski.
What? I realized I can't swim.
When officers and fire crews responded to the scene to evaluate the man, he reportedly started walking back into the water and swam hundreds of yards from the shore.
Hey, stupid.
After officials used a fireboat to reach the man, authorities say he refused help in getting out of the water, but 2 rescue swimmers managed to safely hoist the man back into the boat.
I was going to do it.
Authorities say he was nearly hypothermic when he reached the shore and was taken to a hospital for further evaluation. No further information, including the current condition of the man, has been released at this time. This is disturbing. 3 Iowa residents are facing charges after allegedly hanging a noose from a tree, forcing teens to pose with the ropes around their necks, and then taking pictures of the alleged incident.
What? Yeah.
Jennifer Nelson, Denise Nelson, and Jerry Nelson are facing felony and misdemeanor charges. And they're all Like Jennifer's 38 and the other two are 70 years old.
So the crazy Nelsons.
The alleged incident happened near a cabin at Lake Wapello, in southern Iowa. Park ranger said that the three tied a noose and hung it from a tree. The rope started in the hands of Jerry Nelson and then was hitched around the trunk of the tree and then hung over a branch of the tree. The three adults then reportedly told two children to bring a chair from outside the cabin, placed it underneath the tied noose. Children were told to stand on the chair while the noose was put around their neck. They were then photographed. The defendants each face 3 felony charges.
Yeah.
The complaints didn't explain why the pictures were taken or what the defendants' intents were.
Christmas pictures.
One of the children reportedly has Asperger's syndrome, and he stated that he wasn't comfortable doing the act, but he did so to, quote, keep the peace.
So no inclination, no indication whatsoever as to what prompted the adults to do this?
No.
Yeah.
All 3 defendants reportedly live at the same address as well. It's pretty messed up. A wild video captures the intense moment. Serbian influencer Stefan Jankovic found himself exploring inside a bear's den when the animal unexpectedly returned to it. Jankovic shared two clips of the encounter. In the first clip, he is seen...
I can tell by your accent that you're Serbian.
Sitting at the bottom of the den, cautiously watching as the bear moves closer to him, sniffing the air as it tries to figure out the situation. The second video shows Jankovic up in a tree with 2 bears below him, one clawing at the base.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Me chewing out your ass.
Jankovic, visibly shaken, tells the viewers in the video, "You won't believe what happened to me. It's waiting for me, and there's another one." He did not explain how he got into this situation with the animals, but he did name the video. He wrote it, he captioned it, "On the Edge of Life." The location of the encounter is also unknown, but brown bears are native to Serbia. So.
It's a terrifying picture.
Yep. Officials in South Carolina with Joint Base Charleston said that a piece of an aircraft fell off during a flight and landed in a Catholic school parking lot. A Joint Base Charleston C-17 Globemaster III landed safely Thursday after it experienced a malfunction during a flight and lost a piece of its tail cone.
So technically, most of that stuff is supposed to stay on during flight, right? Yeah.
Most. Crew members recovered the piece of the aircraft from the parking lot of Divine Redeemer Catholic School and Church parking lot. Officials said no injuries or property damage was reported.
Dear Lord, please give me an airplane part.
The incident...
Thank you, God.
...remains under...
Dear Lord, all I want is the cone section of some sort of military aircraft. Please, 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 please.
Investigation. All right, then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap this up. How about this? Body cam video released by the Miami-Dade Police Department showed a self-styled Instagram model screaming after she allegedly ran a red light while high on, quote, pink cocaine, crashed into another car, killed 2 men, and told cops that she was from the future.
Oh, okay. Is there proof that she is?
The video of law enforcement response begins with...
What happens on the next episode of Bad Monkey?
Arriving officer on the scene around 7 a.m. at the intersection in Miami where 24-year-old Macy Leathers allegedly slammed her Mercedes into a Suzuki, killed Abraham Molina and his friend Jesus Rubio, and injured Molina's fiancée, Juanita Hernandez, when they were on their way to work. The officer walked down the street and found Lathers on her back in the road. Once surrounded by cops, she was placed in cuffs, placed face down the street. In the video, you can hear her vomiting, and then she tells officers to chill out and flip, or the officers tell her to chill out and flip on her side. While on her back, she lets out a scream, and then she says, "My name is Mercedes, and I'm from the future," and she has a crystal ball. The male officer says...
That story seems pretty believable.
The male officer says, "Awesome, amazing," and then, "Are you on drugs?" And the cop could be heard saying that she had acknowledged being on the ketamine-based party drug 2C or 2C, otherwise known as pink cocaine.
Ah, okay. I've never heard of that.
She was loaded onto a stretcher in a state of partial undress. Now, the toxicology reports have come back. Prosecutors have filed DUI manslaughter charges in the deaths of Molina and Rubio, which brought Lathers' house arrest to an end on Tuesday.
Kathy, does she get girly points for using pink cocaine?
Yeah, she gets the pink points.
She was allegedly driving without a valid license at 57 miles an hour just before the crash, and then she had hit the accelerator at 100%, ramping her speed up to 78 miles an hour and causing a deadly collision. But I'd never heard of pink cocaine before either.
No.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right. Got about 3.5 minutes left for you to enter this word for $1,000 in our Good Money It giveaway. The word is fortune. Fortune. So it's up to you, my friend, to do that right now. And we'll see if you win. If you miss out on this opportunity, don't worry. It's coming up again at 10 a.m. and then again after that at noon and 3 and 5. And it's all brought to you by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So do that right now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll do some more giveaways from the Sugary who were here this morning.
Oh, my
in a
God.
little while. The food is phenomenal. And we have guests and more. We'll be back in a sec. Stay with us.
Like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Cale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up, and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's
and then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
he's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing, like, Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May
okay.
the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like, even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
it's more
spoken?
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there? Can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine.
Okay.
That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl, I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID. Yeah. I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go, Coach.
Take the Lufa, honey.
She'll be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was thinking.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turn you on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good.
I'd like to just share something, if you don't mind. I had a positive experience yesterday, and I would just like to share it. I had I messed up my knee a few weeks back, and turns out I have a torn meniscus.
So Batman had that.
Am I right, Nate? Really?
Yeah. Remember he had all that stuff in the third Chris Nolan film.
So I have a torn meniscus, and I'm not Batman.
You're not?
No.
What's wrong with you?
So Dr. Mike had me.
Looks like your leg is wounded.
Dr. Mike had me get an MRI, and then of course you want to go to an orthopedic to take a look at it and find out what's going on. So Dr. Mike always sends us into the city to Penn, and if you've never been to Penn in the city, it's chaotic, it's crazy. Driving in and out of that area, the streets are nuts. If you're ever in around Drexel, you know what I'm talking about. It's really confusing.
We actually don't feel privileged driving there.
I never look forward to going there. So once I traverse all the traffic and the people and make my way over, and I had to go to the sports medicine location, I got over there, and then I just had the most pleasant experience with every single person I met there.
Isn't that wonderful?
The gal that was working as a reception was really cute and sweet and nice, and she asked me my name. I give her my name, and then while she's finding out other information from me, she just goes, "How was your weekend?" And I was like, oh. I was like,
What,
well,
are you a cop?
I had a great weekend. And I was like, well, how was your weekend? And we started talking
That's
about
so
this and
nice,
that.
yeah.
And it just set the tone. And then I sat down and I waited for a little bit. And I was dead tired because we had already done the show. And I was just kind of nodding off. And then this really sweet nurse, her name was Kelly. She comes over and she recognized me. She's a listener to the show, long-time listener. So super, super nice. Walks me through the process, gets me into the room. Then I'm waiting for the doctor to come along. Well, the first doctor comes in, who has, I guess, is kind of like the guy who is studying to be a specialist, I
the
guess.
intern.
I'm not going to say he's an intern or a fellow or
'Cause
whatever.
it's a teaching hospital.
But he's not the, he wasn't the doctor. And he was super nice. This guy named Dr. Brian. He is a doctor.
Okay, nice.
And then the doctor I was there at the appointment for, Dr. Sennett, came in. And when you go to see specialists, those of you who have been to see specialists, sometimes you get somebody who is a big deal or they've got an ego or they're just kind of brush off. He was just the nicest, most personable guy.
And you're nervous at this point.
And by the way, he handles the Sixers and the Flyers.
So they knew who to send you to.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Mike sent me. So, but I'm telling you, it was just the nicest disposition on somebody who walked me through this process. And that's the thing that's great about when you get a good experience like that, because people are in pain that are going to see these people. And sometimes you can get somebody who's got a bad attitude and it's just like, come on, man, I'm hurting already. I don't need this. And they were just super duper nice. And Kathy, you had actually seen Dr. Sennett before.
You know, I looked it up.
I didn't know that.
No, you know what? It's not him. My brother saw him. I saw a different doctor.
All right.
Why would you lie to Preston like
Well,
that?
because I had a similar experience. The doctor was like the nicest doctor in the world. But it wasn't him. Sorry.
But it's just cool when you're expecting something to be a bit of a pain in the ass, and it turns out to be a really nice, cool experience. I love it.
I always think of that scene in we both love the movie The Doctor with William Hurt, and about the experience about you're nervous. We don't know. You know, this is not our thing. We didn't go to medical school, and you're always expecting the worst and so on and so forth. And somebody, obviously, we're blessed to have Dr. Mike in our lives, but when you see there are other doctors and nurses and people who can help you in a time where you're not quite sure and you're feeling nervous, it means everything to you. So it's good to acknowledge that.
Yeah, it was nice. I appreciate what those guys do. So I appreciate just being nice, being friendly. It's
Until
wonderful.
it's time
Until it's time to not be nice. Yeah,
That's
so
right.
just
Yeah.
be nice. And by the way, I think that room, that area, the sports medicine area, is the same location where in the movie Unbreakable, Samuel L. Jackson goes in after he falls down the stairs, and Robin Wright is giving him the physical therapy and the rundown and everything. I'm almost positive that's where they filmed that.
So
Has to be.
we can ask M. Night Shyamalan tomorrow.
Yeah, we're having him on tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
I will ask him that tomorrow.
And he'll say,
Absolutely.
no.
He'll say, why are you bothering me with that stupid insignificant? I'm here to promote
Do you
something
know
else.
who I am? And you waste my time.
That would be a waste of time.
I want to write it down so we don't forget.
All right, thank you, Nick. All right, so anyhow, I got an email from someone, and they had a question. This is from Brian Sokolowski, something like that. Sokolowski.
That must have been tough in school.
He says, hey, Presbo, and I know you already wear many hats on the show, cram so many segments in as it is, but I was hoping that you could find space for perhaps one more. And Brian says he wants this segment to be called, Where's That Effing Sound Coming From?
All right.
And so he says it would be a segment
Where's that sound coming from?
where you and even the other members of the crew could explain the origins of certain sound clips that are played throughout the show. For example, this morning, he wrote this yesterday. I texted in asking where the sound clip monkey is from.
Monkey!
Unfortunately, I did not get the answer, so I am still left wondering. And there are many clips and sound bites like these that are used that I would love to know where they're from.
Yeah.
I know you all have done some form of this segment before, but I feel like it's been a while, and I would just like to see it return. Also, if you could send me a belated birthday shout out. My birthday was on September 12th. I would greatly appreciate it. Gadzooks and Rage On listener Brian. So there you go, Brian, and happy birthday. So where is Monkey from?
All right, so I can tell you specifically where I got it from. I don't know how Marissa found it, but that is Michael Buffer, and it was such a random throwaway moment from the David Letterman show. and they just had him on the side announcing Monkey. I don't remember why, if they showed a Monkey clip, but I mean, honestly, it was a one-time thing that I actually witnessed live. And then I and Marissa find it just in case we ever had a story about
we used it.
Monkey.
Yeah.
It's probably from like the 90s at some point.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
I got a text yesterday, a direct message on Instagram. And Steve, this is from a person named Karen. She says, oh, this one bugs me. Where is this clip from? Do you know? He's agreed to hold her dentures while she gives him the midnight special. And I didn't have an answer for her.
I think I know.
I thought it sounded a little like Oprah.
I think it was Jerry Springer.
It's Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
It is. Of course, you need the high quality. It's from Bravo.
He's agreed to hold her dentures while she gives you the midnight special.
Yeah, so it was a Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
She looked like what you think she'd look like.
Gotcha. Somebody whose jaw detaches.
Not Oprah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Oprah would be way too classy.
Oh, we've got loads of
That sounds
Oprah.
nothing like her.
So if you are curious, reach out to us and let us know. Somebody wants to know what the sound clip of Chicago is. They just texted in. So Casey, if you could hit the Chicago.
Chicago!
That's Ace Ventura 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that movie all that well.
That's
but-
actually,
Chicago! Chicago!
believe it or not, I prefer that to Ace Ventura.
No kidding.
Yeah.
The second one?
Yeah.
Huh.
There are a couple of scenes in that I think are I mean, the part where he's crawling out of the rubber rhino's ass is pretty damn funny, and the fight he gets into with Tommy Davidson.
Wait a minute. He's crawling out of a.
He's trying to observe poachers, and he's inside this thing, and it's becoming too hot. It's a fake rhino.
Okay.
And he's dying, and then he starts to crawl. It looks like the rhino is crapping him.
Okay.
And there are people on safari who are aghast.
So it's a decoy,
Right.
And he's hiding inside it, and he comes out of it. I love it. Oh, wait a minute. Nick just pulled up the video of it. Oh, my God. All right, that's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny.
All right. I have Scott who has a question about something. Hey, Scott, good morning, bud. Scott! Hey, what's up, Scott?
Morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed, buddy. Good morning to see you.
Yeah, I'd like to know about that Matt Damon clip.
Oh, that's from Team
Matt
America
Damon.
World Police. Team America World Police. And there's a character. So if you've never seen that movie, Scott, it's all puppets. The entire movie is the actors are puppets. And they have a part where there's celebrities, and one of them is Matt Damon. But all Matt Damon can say is
Matt Damon!
Is Matt Damon. That is it through the whole thing. So you need to see that movie, by the way, if you've never seen it.
Watch the director's
insane.
cut. Yeah, because there is a graphic sex scene that they took out of the theatrical version that is full of everything.
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 It is so over the top. I can't believe that movie was ever made.
Yeah, they are peeing on each other and everything. It is.
There's also, and you know what, if you do have questions, if you want to know, text in or call us. But, well, you know what, first I'm going to answer this question. It says, the words to the Friday Froggy song. So here's there's one line that people never get, and I do get emails from this time to time, and I have to answer them. So in the beginning, it says, I want to be the connoisseur. And it's the next line that people don't know.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I want to be the connoisseur. And the next line is, Bizarre Files have all the lore. Bizarre Files got all the lore. So that's it. The lore is in the tales to tell sales. Hey, Mom, I want to go. I just want to listen to the radio. And then the rest is that over and over.
Our featured performers on the side stage.
Yes, Froggy's playing again at the MM Barbecue on Saturday. They'll be playing on the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
They have some new music they released just a while ago, and we're going to get to see them perform live, and I'm thrilled. They're so awesome. When they first performed, we had a mosh pit erupt in front of the stage. Terrific.
Casey had another, if you don't want to know what some of these phrases are and where they're from on the show, but you want to contribute on today's program, Steve, you had wondered if we could run these two in tandem. Casey brought up a notion that sometimes you will regurgitate a movie clip or a TV show phrase, and have never actually seen that before. Yet you use it.
It's a perfunctory thing. You've heard other people say it. You repeat it and have no. And it actually happened with us.
It happened with us. It actually happened during when we have a conference call every night, and somebody said we were waiting for Kathy and Marissa to join the call, and you say, well, we're waiting for the women, and then I just go, the women, and I'm like, I don't even know. I think that might be Star Trek, but
it is Star Trek.
It's you, right?
Right. So, but I say it, and you were saying you didn't even know the women.
I say it all the time now because of you, and I've never seen. Is it a movie or the TV show?
It comes from the pilot. It was first the pilot was called The Cage for Star Trek, and in that version, Spock, the Vulcan, was a little bit more emotional. And they go to a planet, and the aliens are able to control the minds of the people aboard the Enterprise. And they beam down only the women in a landing party. And so Spock uncharacteristically goes, the women! And so I would just say that.
And now I quote it without ever having seen it.
All the time. We'll be on our conference call, and Marissa and Kathy haven't gotten on yet. Marissa, we're waiting on the women.
The women!
All right, here's one. Joe Namath, this is a text, says, Joe Namath says, I want to kiss you.
It's one of my favorites.
I want to kiss you.
But what female says you want to kiss me?
You want to kiss me?
That is
Nicole Smith, right?
Anna Nicole Smith. And it is a video it was on her reality show, I guess, and she was talking to her son.
Oh, my God.
And she was wasted.
She was wasted throughout that entire show.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That's her talking to her
You
son.
love me? More than all the raindrops in the water and all the fishies in the sea?
I just saw a meme of her yesterday. Who was the man in the wheelchair that she married?
Hunt?
No,
was that his name?
No, it was with an H, but it's not Hunt.
All right, well, whoever-
I know who you're talking about.
It was
Howard
them-
Hunt?
It was them on their wedding day. Him in the wheelchair, her in a white dress standing
wanna
next to
kiss
him, holding his hand, and it just said, "This is how much I don't want to go to work tomorrow."
Yeah.
J. Howard Marshall.
J. Howard Marshall.
That's who that was. So, yeah, the Anna Nicole Smith thing. You want to kiss me?
You want to kiss me?
And do you remember what happened with that? She married into he would frequent or had her strip at the house. He became enamored of her. She became the guest model. He goes all the way back in her history. I think he even paid for one of her initial boob jobs. And then he was on the way out. He marries her, and the son, Marshall's son, is like, "You put her in the goddamn
Will. Didn't she get everything?
They were able, needless to say, they were able to turn their vast wealth on a legal mechanism that was able to, pare that down. She got something, but she didn't get everything that she was originally said to get.
Here's some text coming in, and I will go to these calls. Seahorses forever.
That's great.
Where did that come from? So it was a viral video that ran
Seahorses forever.
for a while, and it was supposedly a guy that was on an acid trip who was sitting in a closet and just rambling on. But I think it turned out he was watching TV and the sound was off, and he was commenting on what he saw.
Right.
And there's a really long clip. I think you're going to look that up, Casey.
I'm trying to find it. We lost a lot of.
I thought it would have been on the Vox Pro.
It wasn't there.
It wasn't there. Okay.
During the London Blitz, a lot of stuff was lost.
You can find it on YouTube. There's the video accompanying it is like a gecko that's talking and saying these things. And he's saying, I love seahorses. I love little bags. I love little bags. I love them. I love them forever. And he just is going on and on. And what are you, the seahorse captain? What is this?
It's
the best.
No way. No way.
Yeah, right.
You're right. It's really funny, and it makes no sense at all, but that's what's wonderful about it. Another text is wondering, at the beginning of the bizarre file, and you know what? Here, Sammy wants to ask that same thing. Hi, Sammy, good morning.
You want to kiss me?
That's pretty solid,
Oh, this
Sammy.
gotta be Sammy Vile.
Sammy Vile.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy. How you doing? All right, you had a question?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the Bizarre file, the chick that says Bizarre, what's that from?
A very good question. I have no idea.
I don't know.
So I think Zach, our imaging director, created.
No, it was Lush, probably. It's that old.
Has that one been that old?
It could be. So a lot of times there are collections of clips that are just, you can kind of index them and call them up. But I both Zach and Lush are they're very hands-on. So that we might have to do a little bit of digging on that. But I have that very same question. And I was just too embarrassed to ask, but thank you.
We'll dig around, Sammy, see if we can find out, bud.
All righty.
All right, see you, bud. See ya.
Peace.
All right. Somebody was wondering, what is the Naya Kong Kong from?
That's
Syed along Kong Kong if you're playing
Nell.
along. That's
Yeah.
from the movie Nell. It's Jodie Foster.
So the story of Nell is that Nell, this was really an Oscar attempt for Jodie Foster, who's clearly worth it. She just won an Emmy for her performance in Silence of the Lambs. But this was a passion project of hers. It's about a woman who was in the woods, who was raised by very rural house, raised by her grandmother, I believe it was, who had had a stroke and taught her how to speak. And so she's kind of a feral. I mean, she's not eating her own poop and everything, but she's living in the and
She's
so
separated from society completely.
Liam Neeson and I believe it was Natasha Richardson. They encounter her and they bring her into the world, and it's an amazing story. But all her dialogue is this
gibberish.
Do you think I need to see the script.
Yeah, how did they convey that? It's one of my favorites. We interpret that as I'm very tired.
Yes.
Where are y'all gonna wait?
Where are you gonna wait?
Where are you gonna wait?
Now being ta-ta.
What was that chant we created with now being gone away?
Funk Soul Brother.
Yeah. It was something
It was
we
the
did.
Fat Boy Slim paired with
yeah.
Nell.
All right, let me go to Eddie. Hi, Eddie. Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Just try to figure out some of these things. What can we help you with?
So we're looking. We're trying to figure out where the guy comes in and he's like, "Hey, where'd everybody go?" It's like a weird little thing you guys do randomly.
Is it, hey, what happened? That one?
No, it's Rodney Dangerfield, I think.
I don't have where's everybody go.
Where'd everybody go?
Play some Dangerfield clips. Maybe I think he might.
I don't know that one.
I got one Dangerfield clip, and it says 4.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Is this what you're talking? Wait 1 second. Are you talking about?
Hey, what happened? No, that's not it. It might be something that Pierre plays, actually.
Okay,
maybe
all right.
so. All right, Eddie. Sorry, bud.
Is
Can I tell you guys a story about something else you guys say?
Sure.
Yeah.
The thing Casey does where he goes like, "Hey, Grandma."
Oh, yeah.
My little brother is trying to figure out what that was, so he just Googled.
All right. It was
adding
Baba
grandma.
Shibaba Badoo Grabba Bibaba Gigaba Baba. Hi, Grandmom.
Yeah.
So he was speaking to Siri, which is going to activate now probably, and he would speak gibberish. His kids would do this into the phone, and Siri would repeat it back, and he was trying to get it to do that.
Hi, Grandmom.
And that was it.
And
Thanks, Eddie.
And there's 2 versions, though.
Yes.
Play the other version.
Well, just the Hi Grandmom is the.
No,
the,
you did 2 passes.
separate one one time.
It was like you were like Aretha Franklin.
the remix. It's
Hang on a second here. People are calling in and they know where that bazaar is from. I'm going to go to Patty. There's 2 different callers that know this. Hi, Patty. Good morning.
Good morning to it.
Good morning. Good morning to see you. What's up, Patty?
Yes. I was just calling to say that woman is from the Frank Zappa album. I think it was Bizarre.
Okay, so somebody else, Joe, is texting and says from a song called Our Bizarre Relationship.
Oh, I don't know.
I never knew that.
That could be it.
Well, I mean, every time my husband hears that, he goes, "That's from Frank Zappa." So I think, all right, well, here.
All right.
That's just good.
Thanks, Patty. I'm gonna confer that with Joe over here. Hey, Joe.
Good morning, Presbo.
Good morning to see you, Joe. All right. So is the song called Our Bizarre Relationship?
Yeah, I accidentally found it. I have a good friend of mine who's a big fan of Frank Zappa, and so I was checking out some of his music a few months ago, and it's from the album Uncle Meat. There's a track called Our Bizarre Relationship. It's right at the beginning of that song, if you could find it.
All right, we'll look for it. We might have it in the system here. Do we have a lot of Zappa?
We don't have it in the system.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. By the way, here is verse 2 of Hi Grandma. You ready?
Yep.
Hi, Grandmom.
Doo-doo in there.
shorter.
There's a doo-doo in there at the end.
And then we have the guy tripping in the closet.
What is this, Seahorse Captain? What is this, Seahorse Seashell Party? Who didn't invite me? Why didn't I get invited, Seahorse Seahell? What is this? Get real. I'm in love with seahorses. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute. I'm in love with the seahorses. The unreal. I love them. They're like all the clocks. I love them. I love seahorses, and I love looking at them, and I love seashells. I love seashell things. I love things with seashells and seahorses on them, like blankets and towels and little bags. I love them. Seahorses forever.
Forever.
You know what I love, real quick, is we play this sound effect from time to time, and when you're watching a movie or a TV show, you will hear this.
Yes.
Oh,
it's stock.
It's a standard, yeah.
It's a stock one. It is, and the dolphin is the same.
Dolphin
too.
is a standard.
It's the exact same one. Yep. You hear that in SpongeBob a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, that exact same one. So Mike has an unrelated, it's somewhat related question. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
I want to fight you.
I want to fight you. That's Frank Rizzo, by the way.
What's up, Mike?
So I actually wanted to know how Steve and Casey called these up so quickly. Like yesterday, you said the word monkey, and Steve had that clip playing in like a second.
That was Casey.
Monkey.
Yeah.
So both Casey and Steve, and technically me, have access to thousands of sound effects in front of us in different ways. There are a few different units that we use here. There's an instant replay, and then we have a touch screen on our wide orbit system. So these are just names that don't really mean anything to you. But you can easily find them by quickly doing a search really, really fast. If we hear something, there's keywords that you can punch in real fast, and you can pull up a sound effect. That's how
Do you
it's done.
play sound effects?
Sometimes. But I'm more focused on the
I didn't think you
phone
did.
screener and the volumes on the board here. But if that answers your question, Mike, that's how we do it.
Cool.
Do you know what happens too? Is that I think muscle memory. Like for example, I have the guides, the templates laid out in front of me, but at any given time, I know a good portion of. You know what? So you punch in the page and then you punch in the number.
Yeah.
And I know I know immediately our Chris.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner.
The way I put it to anybody is like, listen, when you do something for a living, you know, like there are equivalents, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what you do, I could ask, how do you do that so fast? Well, I do it every single day, you know, for X amount of hours a day.
Say you work at H&R Block. How do you call up fart effects at H&R Block?
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
It's just simple as this. You just go to KC2 and then you hit this button and then yeah.
Let me go over to Tom. We're answering your questions about the sound effects and things that we play here. Hi, Tom. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Yeah, so for starters, I want to say thank you for all the years of laughs. I've listened to you guys back since the Y100 days, so I just wanted to say that because it's the first time I've gotten on the air with you.
Oh, that's awesome.
So there was a song lyric that I believe Steve used to use that I had no clue where it ever came from. Maybe I missed the beginning of that talk or something. So I'm recently at the Beetlejuice 2 movie with my family. I took my nephew for his birthday, and there's an end scene where they go into this song. And I bust out laughing. Everybody's looking at me like, what the hell is so funny?
Right.
And it's the line, and I'll never find that recipe again.
Oh, MacArthur Park.
So I guess there's a scene in the movie where he lip syncs to this.
Yeah,
And
so
I never even knew what that was from.
We've played the song on the air. I don't have the clip, but it's Richard Harris, MacArthur Park. It was a hit years ago. I think it was one of the first songs that was longer than like 5 minutes, and it's about leaving the cake out in the rain. It had to do with people old people in a park. Apparently, the women would bake cakes for the older gentlemen to try to break the ice, and it was very, very dramatic.
Yep.
It's a strange song, and it was perfect for that movie.
That's great.
I love that they're paying attention to it.
Glad you thought of us, Tom. We appreciate it. All right, from the text boards, Marissa brought in a whole bunch of these. All right, so where did Gadzooks come from? All right, that is a classic one. We were talking about a story where Marilyn Monroe had apparently gifted JFK a watch, and he told the staff to hide it, get rid of it, because he didn't want, obviously, Jackie to find out that he had some kind of relationship with Marilyn Monroe going on. And Steve went into a JFK impression, and he was pretending like, get it away, get out of here, pat it up your ass, I don't care what you do with it. And then you paused, and then you just go, Gadzooks. And we all cracked up.
Right, yeah.
We just thought it was funny. And then some kid took a picture of JFK, and cut it out and print it up and cut it out and then put a big cartoon bubble that said Gadzooks above it and hung it up and took a picture of it and sent it to us. And we thought that was a riot.
Yeah.
And we posted that, and then people started calling up and saying it.
All the time. And
it.
also, Mayor Quimby, he'll say it again because he's Kennedy. That's the voice that he's doing. Yeah.
All right, here's a question. Gary Lauer, where and how?
Yeah, we sort of inherited him.
Yeah.
You know,
we didn't inherit it. Gary had been calling the request lines
all the time
for ages before we even got here.
He's what you would call a P1. He's constantly listening.
We inherited him.
And,
all right.
He's...
I had 3 testicles.
Yeah, somebody says, why did Gary Lauer say he has 3 testicles? Well, apparently he has some kind of a lump in there.
Yeah.
And he was joking about having 3 testicles.
Yeah.
And I think that's what that's from. Somebody wants to know where the Orlando song is from.
Orlando.
That is from Book of Mormon. And by the way, Book of Mormon's coming to the Academy of Music October 1st through the 6th.
Nice.
You can get your tickets at Ensemble Arts Philly or something, whatever. Just do a Google search for Book of Mormon. But that we played because we were going to Orlando with Universal Studios. So, Preston and I are huge fans of the musical. I don't know about you other 3.
Yeah, I like it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, it was just a way to celebrate the fact that we were doing our show from
Orlando.
Okay.
All right, so somebody here, I'll put some of these together. Somebody wants to know where Back Home to Oregon came from and Al Pacino sniffing. And they are...
Back home to Oregon, Jimmy.
Those are from Scent of a Woman. And the Back Home to Oregon and the Jimmy are from when he's giving the big speech at the end in front of the tribunal.
Jimmy.
And the sniffing is he shows up at his brother's house unannounced. They're having Thanksgiving, and he asks where his brother's wife is. Janie, where are you? Or something like that. And she's right next to him. And she says, I'm right here. And he goes, oh, come here. Let me get a sniff of you. And he sniffs her, and he just starts going, like that.
It's chilling.
You know what's interesting? And I will share with you. I told you, Steve, I didn't realize about that scene in that movie where he's with the family, and he's just being the biggest horse's ass that you can possibly imagine. He's being rude and arrogant to his family and ends up choking Bradley Whitford on the wall. And it didn't hit me till years later that he was doing that on purpose so that they may not be so upset when he was planning on taking his own life. Afterwards, he was being so reprehensible that they would not have as much heartbreak when he was going to polish it off.
I've never seen the movie. But that's
you've never seen it? It's a good movie.
Pretty deep.
Great movie.
Wow.
So, all right. So those are those answers. All right. How about bees? I think it's la-di-da-di-da-di-da.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. bees!
That's it.
That was me talking about My Girl when, spoiler alert, Macaulay Culkin's character gets stung by 1,000 bees and dies at the end of the movie.
He can't see without his glasses.
And it was like, it just comes out of nowhere, right? Listen, obviously it's a tragedy, but I was like, here's a great, movie about these two little kids that are just having a great time, and then the kids just running around the, la-di-da-di-da, and then bees, and then that's the end of the movie.
Yeah, it seemed like to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And by the way, you played the Can't See Without His Glasses. Somebody wanted to know what that is from.
He can't see without his glasses.
Same movie.
Put his glasses on.
Yep.
Put on his glasses.
He's in the casket, and they didn't put the glasses on him, and she says he doesn't look the same, and she's all upset, and that's the first time she really breaks down.
He can't see without his glasses. He can't see without his glasses. Put his glasses on. He can't see without his glasses.
All right. Forget the moose for a moment.
Yes.
There are questions about that. That is from
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
That is from the movie Arthur. He goes to meet the woman who he does not want to marry. He goes to meet her, and her father's there. And they're in this trophy room, and there's a big moose hanging on the wall. Arthur is hammered, and he keeps jokingly referencing to the moose when the guy is trying to have a serious conversation.
Asking if the other half of the moose is on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. You must have hated this
The
moose.
move is incredibly, the script for that is incredibly funny and very
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment.
All right, somebody wants to know where He's a Cat came from.
Oh, that goes way back.
Yeah.
He's a cat.
That's Perry Grip.
Yes.
Who does the Wawa jingles?
The Hoagie Fest.
Yeah.
He does the Hoagie Fest jingles, and he was in a band called, was he in Nada Surf? Was that the band?
Or was it Nerf Herder?
I think it was Nerf Herder.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Nerf Herder who did the song Van Halen. Great song, by the way. And it's from a video called He's a Cat. Flushing the toilet, he's a cat. Flushing the toilet, he's a cat.
He did one for us.
He did.
Yeah.
Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Preston and Steve, wasn't that it?
Yeah. That was chimpanzee riding on a Segway.
He really changed it up for us.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Do you have it there, Case?
Super nice guy.
Which one?
Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. See if it's under Perry Grip, maybe.
I have cat flushing toilet. If you
Okay.
want. Wait a second. We have what?
Oh, yeah. He's a cat. Flushing the toilet, he's a cat. Flushing the toilet, he's a cat. Flushing the toilet, he's a cat. Flushing the toilet. Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Bam, 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 bam.
The dude is super talented.
He is.
Wawa knows they got a gold mine with him. It's infectious.
I forgot about the bam, 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 bam.
Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Preston and Steve riding on a Segway. Bam, 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 bam. Preston and Steve.
I love that. Should be your doorbell.
All right. God, so many questions here, guys. Somebody wants to know where She Got Beautiful Boobies came from.
Oh, that's Post Malone.
She got beautiful boobies.
And that was, I don't listen to a whole lot of Post Malone, but I was listening to that song one time and I heard it and I was like, okay, we probably just need to have this because it's only a second long.
She got beautiful boobies.
That's about Margaret Thatcher, isn't
It
it?
is.
Yeah,
It
yes,
is.
yes.
It sucks because, like, man, he talks about her policies for most of, and then one line. That's
it.
the one.
But he had to be honest.
She got beautiful boobies.
She had a stellar rack.
It's like when Terrence Howard said that Oprah had tiggle bitties.
Tiggle bitties.
He didn't need to throw that in there.
Yeah, no, but he just wanted to.
I'm going to go to James. He's been on hold for a long time. Hi, James. Good morning.
How can she slap?
How can she slap?
How could she slap?
Oh!
I couldn't hear what you were saying. Okay. You want to know about that?
Yeah, definitely. I think you said it once before, but I forgot
How can she slap?
came from.
Yeah.
This one.
How can she slap?
It was from an Indian reality show in India, and there was a woman who's the host, and she's very abrasive on purpose.
Yes.
And she's yelling, and it was like a dating show or something like that. And she goes up to the guy, and she's like screaming at his face, and he says something back to her, and she hauls off and hits him in the face, and dude fires right back at her. I mean, pops her one. And then all the guards come and grab him, and he's upset, and he says,
How can she slap?
A lot of people don't even know what that is. Like, they don't even know what he's saying there because it's difficult to understand.
Yeah.
But he's saying, "How can she slap?"
essentially he's saying, look, how can she hit me and I can't hit her
Exactly.
back? And so it's how can she slap?
How can she slap?
It cracks me up. All right, so there you go, James.
All right, take it easy.
You know what? Search for the video on YouTube.
Oh,
Just
it's worth
type in how can she slap, a reality show, and you'll see it because she hauls off and he does not hold back. Let me go to, here's a classic. We'll go to Shane. Hi, Shane. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
I always wondered about Nick's "We Look What I Get to Do."
God, that's annoying.
All right. So it was a snow day. It had snowed heavily the night before. And we come into work. We try to get into work no matter what.
Yeah.
Nick showed up to the parking lot, and they had not plowed the lot. So it was wide open, and we were talking about how great it is to go out and do donuts in your car. And Nick was so elated that when he came up and saw it, he said to himself,
Whee! That's what I get to do.
The lot was completely empty, so I got to do that.
Very nice.
That's what that's from. Thank you, Shane.
It was great because you said it, and we all kind of looked at each other like,
We have that.
Sat on that was like in the old studio.
Yeah,
it was.
Sometimes, and it has happened where you're like, you hope that there's no background noise, there's nobody stepping on it, and that one was completely clean.
Well, when I was doing the high grandmom thing, I didn't realize what an ass I was making of myself.
We were making completely
you guys,
quiet.
You guys were all like,
We were like, okay,
super
wait,
quiet.
what? Do it again.
Yeah.
What?
And I was like, oh no, what did I just do? And you were like, oh, you just gave us gold, guys.
I think one of the best ever captured was the hey, everybody's good to have you on the Baba to the Ba to Baba Badoo Gaga Bapadop.
Yeah.
From Pierre, because he was pretending.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Ba to the Ba to Ba Ba Badoo Gaga Bapadop.
That was him. We used to call them, and could still call them pukers. People, DJs who were that kind of delivery.
People who talk like this all the time. Good morning, everybody. Good to have you here downtown in the great city. Blah, 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 blah. And so Pierre stepped up and he did that. He was talking about how he can't understand how jocks.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Ba to the Ba to Ba Ba Badoo Gaga Bapadop.
And we end most shows with that clip, and I still, all these years later, will laugh out loud at it.
It's hilarious.
Because I remember seeing him. He was to my left, and I remember him singing. He was moving his arms around like he's some kind of animatronic clown going, hey, everybody's good to have you on the Baba. And it will always stick with me till my dying day.
The other one is him doing his impression, Pierre doing his impression of a solo from a Fish song.
Yeah, like a noodle.
Bing, dang, doo, doo, be, do, doo, da, da, doo, dee, ba, doo, doo, ba, boo, ba, boo, ba, ba, dee, da, doo, doo, ba, 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 ba.
It's one of the best ones, too. All right, so we had got an email from this guy, Brian, who wanted to know the origins of some of our sound clips. Do we need to stop? It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Is our guest here?
I don't know. He is.
He's here, yeah. Okay. All right, well, there's loads more, man. We're not going to have time to get to them all, but...
we whittled some away.
Some people do know the answers to these, and if you go on our YouTube live feed, I'm sure that the conversation is quite full going back and forth between our YouTubers. And hang on, Marissa's chiming in. Yes.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to hop on Facebook later, and if you have one that wasn't answered during this, drop it in there, and we'll try to jump in and answer a lot of those.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have been asking about ringtones. Guys, I don't know if you know this, the ringtone provider that we had for years has kind of dissipated.
Oh.
So that page doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
But there are ways to get MP3s and make those your ringtones. It is 2024. I'll try to put together some instructions of how you can do that if there's something
Is
you
it
want.
possible to find another provider that could do that? Or?
You know what, Preston? They were doing it for free for us for a
Okay.
really long time, and they were very kind and gave that. So we'll do some digging. We'll put
All
it
right.
on our list of things to do and see if we can recreate that again.
You know-
but like I said, you can always just get MP3s of these clips and make those yourself too.
Cool.
Pornhub might provide a ringtone generator.
You know what I haven't done in a long, long time? I haven't done, I haven't posted anything on social media, on Instagram at all in months. But maybe like an Instagram Live or something like that if people wanted to jump in and ask. I'll see if I can do that at some point this week. We could
ever heard of Jerkmate?
We could all easily do
I
that.
just did one last night.
Nice.
Yeah, and people were asking these kind of questions.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that. All right. But anyhow, thank you for remaining on hold. Hang on. Haley's been on hold for 15 minutes. Kelly has been on hold for 15 minutes. Kelly wanted to know why Homer Rock and Roll went away.
Rock and roll.
We just kind of got a little tired of
I've
it.
actually played it a couple times over the
happens
last week.
Every now and then. And then Haley wanted to know where Yoo-Hoo came from.
I just thought it was an antiquated thing to call somebody's attention, and then it took off.
Steve just made it up. So there you go. All right. Well, thank you, gang. We appreciate it. We love that you're curious about these things and happy that we could clear a few of those up for you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. When we return, director and local friend Brad Furman is here to talk about a movie he's been shooting in Atlantic City. We'll come back in a moment or two. And don't forget, we have another shot at $1,000 with Good Money It coming up at 10. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's give away from the Sugary a $50 gift card because their desserts are out of this world.
Oh, my God.
Take caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. Custom cakes for all occasions, especially weddings. They specialize in all kinds of stuff. Their artistry and attention to detail is second to none. They offer a bi-monthly to-go tasting box that includes 8 delightful flavors of cake. So if you're looking to explore flavors for your big day or you just love cake, stop by the Sugary at 251 South 21st Street near Rittenhouse Square and get your cake fix. Caller 20. We'll give you that $50 gift card. We'll be right back. Pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here. And by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together. And we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it. And But
It's
I'm
not.
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
Oh, don't worry, I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I just
It's
want to
not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seems, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different... To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, oh, it's too complex, I don't understand it. But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about it, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
You know, I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
You know, I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day. Those.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort.
Yeah.
And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey, I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
All right,
That's
so
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. To begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kit.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's you see?
I appreciate
You beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask? I don't know if this. Listening in, Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written word.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand.
Memoir.
Thanks, Kat. A few months ago, I had read a story on air about a bar in Atlantic City that was being shut down to film a movie. Shirley MacLaine was there. We were talking about it. And then, Nick, I think it was you who were like, I think that was Brad Furman who did that.
We know that guy.
Yeah, we know that guy. We've had him on our show before. He's a local guy. And guess what? It was, and he is here. Please welcome Brad Furman to our show. Nice to see you, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, so the movie that we were talking about is called People Not Places.
Yep.
And you were indeed in Atlantic City. What was the bar that you guys used?
We shot so many places, I got to be honest. I can't even remember.
All right.
You were in Dino's Subs and Pizza.
Yes.
And I know that is one of your favorite haunts, correct?
Yeah, I grew up there. So
right.
I always try to give a lot of love to local places wherever I am in the world. That's like a big thing.
It's so cool. And we talk about this all the time. When athletes play in the area and they stay in the area and they live here and they support things like that, then it's golden. It's the best. So when you support small businesses and stuff like that, people love it,
I'm old school that way, so I think it's important.
Yeah. And you're from the area. You're Lafayette Hill?
Yeah. Born and raised.
Cool.
Nice.
And we were talking to you about City of Lies was the other time was during we Zoomed with you. I finally got to see it. I really loved that movie.
Thank you.
I thought it was really well done, and I thought the chemistry between Johnny Depp and Forrest Whitaker was solid. I mean, it's an amazing thing.
I mean, it was sort of a dream come true. Grew up on Depp, grew up on Whitaker, grew up on Biggie and Tupac and that whole world. Obviously, it's a horrific and tragic story, but to sort of be able to tell it and have the support of the Wallace family and the Pac estate was a dream. Look, wish more people saw it, I think, from a release standpoint. The pandemic, the Johnny stuff, Distributor went actually like under, and then we ended up being a distressed asset. But we stuck through it, and I'm very proud of the film.
It's got to be, especially you're doing stuff that I guess would be called in the realm. I mean, you've had this larger movies, but I mean, you're trying to. I would liken it more to an indie sort of direction, a trajectory. And you try to do things that are different from project to project, and that's the crapshoot of it. But it's also the fulfilling side of that as well, right? I mean,
yeah, I've been. People have been making fun of me lately because I passed on Fast and the Furious 7 and Wolverine, and maybe I should have played the big studio politics, but here we are, and I have no regrets.
No,
Brad, I loved City of Lies too, and I mean, if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. I'm glad Steve got to see it too, and it talks about what happened with Biggie and with Tupac. Did anything? Because you guys came to your conclusions, which I thought were backed by impressive evidence. Did anything ever come of that? Because the movie was being released within the legal world of what everything that's happened with Biggie's family?
Sergio Robledo, who was Russell Poole's boss and the lead investigator for the Wallace civil case, was my tech advisor, and he sadly passed away tragically. And we had access to all his. The reason she backed the story in the movie was it's like most movies aren't true.
Yeah.
They're fictionalizing everything to make it reality. To not make it reality, to make it entertaining. Ours is like 99% true. I had to change one date in the whole movie because I thought it undermined what we were trying to do. And Miss Wallace is in search of justice and the truth. And
it's wild how these things, whenever you're doing anything historical, right? Obviously, I assume most people know that massive liberties are taken to make it play as a movie. But in this case, this is something near and dear to you. The new project, people, not places. I mean, when you had Shirley MacLaine, Oscar winner, Terms of Endearment, Shirley MacLaine, legend, and you've worked with your share of people in of that status. But she turned 90 while the movie was being made, correct?
Yeah, she did. Shirley, you wouldn't believe she was 90. She's an absolute miracle, and you understand in spending a minute with her why she's Shirley MacLaine.
Yeah.
For example, when she was down, she stayed in Margate. Oh no, Longport actually. But like if I was doing the show, she'd be like, Brad, let's go do the show.
Wow.
She's the coolest, most amazing. I took her to every restaurant. She sits, she drinks everybody under the table, stays out the latest.
That's awesome.
She's the absolute greatest woman on the planet. She's
Besides work, what do you talk to? What do you talk to her about if you're going out to get a bite to eat? I mean, you can talk about old Hollywood. Is it okay to bring that
You
stuff
can bring
up to a
anything
legend
up
like her?
whatsoever, but with Shirley, she leads, you follow.
Okay.
So she is questioning you like you are under, like she asks you anything and everything. There's no hold bars, and she's very upfront with me about sometimes I got in trouble for saying too much, but this ultimately is who I am, and I've lived my life, and she's truly an inspiration. But yeah, anything, there's nothing you can't ask her. She's an open book.
I mean, think of her in Billy. She worked with Billy Wilder, The Apartment. Think of all the people that she. Jack
Two
Nicholson,
Mules for Sister
Two Mules
Sarah.
for Sister Sarah. I mean, it just amazing. But and her brother's Warren Beatty.
Yeah. Yes, her first job was Alfred Hitchcock.
Wow.
So for me, right? So perspective, I still, I'm just that kid from Philadelphia. So I'm sitting directing Shirley MacLaine on set, and I know the knowledge of the history of who she's worked with. Yeah, it's daunting, but you just stay focused on the task at hand. But keeping it in perspective, which life is, my dad taught me that. It's huge.
Your mom is a screenwriter and wrote the screenplay for this. Yes.
Yeah, this is my mom's dream. We literally got Shirley attached 12 years ago. So it was after Lincoln Lawyer. I did Lincoln Lawyer, and then I got Shirley attached. And getting a small movie with Shirley financed it's a long road, and a lot of things. My work, her work, a lot of getting it financed was a long, long road.
Man, I've read a couple of books in the past couple of years about the stories behind movies, and Steve, you're well versed in all of it, and the amount of red tape you guys have to go through to get a project from conception or all the way to fruition, and along the way, and not have it fall apart is short of a miracle. It's incredible. So many things have crumbled well into millions of dollars being spent.
Yeah.
And
It
then
is so
just
true.
poof, just gone.
I think the biggest career mistake I've made is not filming the behind the scenes from day one till now on both the last two films. I don't have to make movies anymore if I did that. I would just literally watch the behind the scenes. It'd be way more entertaining than the movies.
It's like a Project Greenlight, that HBO
I'm
series.
dead serious.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
There's so much work involved.
Well, to that point, and Preston, you talk about you have someone on a set like that, and we have all these people, and so you as the director, you're obviously moving things along, and you have the vision and so on and so forth. I don't know how I would fight. Like you have Colleen Camp in this.
Yes.
Colleen Camp was one of she's a very storied career, but she was on the set of Apocalypse Now. She was one of the
I know, it's insane,
the
right?
dancers. Do you just like, I gotta ask, or are you good at fighting the urge to fanboy on some of these people, since you are clearly a film fan yourself?
Years ago, I was hanging with Tyrese, and trying to remember, I think it was Stevie Wonder. He like ran up to him and said, I had to say I'm a fan. And then he said to me, that's like the biggest gift. You got to always be a fan. And I never lose sight of that. So I still fanboy out all the time. I'm fanboying out being here. This is awesome. I grew up on WMMR, so it's easy for me.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, well, let's talk about what the film is about. Your mom wrote this, so People Not Places. What's the story that we will be following?
Shirley grew up and raised her son in Atlantic City at a really good time in Atlantic City. Here we are years later. City's not as strong as it once was. Has a bit of a disenfranchised relationship with her son, and she runs into this homeless guy, Steven Dorff. It's sort of an odd relationship, friendship that blooms, and I'm not biased because my mom, it's the most beautiful script that I've ever had the opportunity to be a part of, and a true honor. And I've been fighting for years to make it, and I think people really appreciate it. It's an old school movie.
I love that sort of approach, and she's attempting to mend a relationship with her son that's gone
100%. Smart man.
There's something about Atlantic City. It served well in the Springsteen song, and there was the great movie with Burt Lancaster and
Atlantic City.
Sarandon.
Yeah, Susan Sarandon. Yeah. Really, there's something. It is analogous to, whatever it is. It seems to resonate and serve as a good focal point. And the one thing you clearly wanted to avoid, you wanted to be on location to film it. How important is location to you as a director?
It was everything. I'm a big believer in the shoulders of giants. So like if you look at a Lumet picture, Dog Day Afternoon, New York is a character in the movie. For me, we had to shoot this in Atlantic City. It was a true character in the movie. And I fought. And when you're making such a small movie, the unions, and there's a lot of reasons that we're not seeing more filming in these areas. But I was like, there's only one way to make this movie. And it was an interesting fit because Shirley is the only female member of the Rat Pack.
Yes,
and the
that's
Rat Pack
right.
in so many ways is synonymous with so many things about old AC. Mm-hmm. So taking Shirley around and going to these old haunts and these places, and it was a unique experience of life folding in on itself.
Any particular memories? Because you're right. She was right there in that and in the storied, revered Rat Pack. Did she have anything that she relayed to you about those days?
I'm totally blanking right now, so forgive me
no
to
problem.
the owner. We went to that Italian restaurant that's like an old house.
Oh God!
If somebody says
Is it
it,
numbers?
I'm blanking on the name.
Volia,
at the moment. Chef Vola.
There you go.
And the owner came out and they made like a special meal because it was her, and the meal was unbelievable. But just the photos on the walls, and it's all her friends, people mostly who've passed. It's just a crazy experience to walk that journey with her as we did.
I give you all the credit in the world. How you could just not sit there and go, I can't believe, because it is. Our Pierre, Pierre, obviously, he is a massive fan of that time as well. And to just be in the presence of somebody, that's why when the Geeter, when he passed, he was such a great conduit to that stuff as well. And it's part of the area. I've heard that Jersey has become very aggressive on trying to bring in film production. Are you seeing that? Is that
the rebate was a really big help.
Yeah.
We still have to see that through in its finality, but that is a big deal.
So Steven Dorff, I've always contended he's a solid actor. I love him in the original Blade, by the way. He's terrific, but he is a solid actor. Was Nicolas Cage originally approached for that role, or?
No, so we went through just a long history with the movie in general, but Dorff is somebody I've knew who was like one of these actors that I felt wasn't recognized at the level of his talent.
Right.
And so Dorff was in a movie when he was very young with Nicholson. So Nicholson gave the nod to Shirley for Dorff, literally. Jack and Shirley spoke, and that's how Steven was approved from that point of view.
That's pretty wild. If you talk, so Matthew McConaughey, Lincoln Lawyer, Ben Affleck, Runner. You had Bryan Cranston. And your mother wrote The Infiltrator as well?
She did, yeah, crazy. That story.
That's amazing. How do you? This
one got, my mother was she's like a real like female Renaissance woman. Played college tennis in her 40s against 20-year-olds. First female litigator in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Was an educator, and she was teaching me screenwriting, and I think she was really aggressive about the craft, and her goal and dream was to write novels. And ultimately, we couldn't sell them. I was young, but she got these published short stories internationally, some award-winning. And my friend Don Sikorsky, who found the City Lies book Labyrinth and Infiltrator, recommended her to the producer-financier, and she won the job. It was sort of a shocking thing. And
what an inspiration, man!
Yeah, she's an amazing woman.
Yeah.
I'm raised by a very strong woman, and I'm very blessed.
Let me ask you on something like that. As a writer and as a screenplay writer, and everyone got, I think it was Sid Mead, the art of structure for screenplay writing and all that stuff. When you sit down and you're writing something as meticulous as The Infiltrator, or something that, just in general, I think of, the epics or like David Lean type things, or,
Sure.
I assume you have to be very pedantic by nature to keep track of all that when you're writing a screenplay, you yourself as a writer. What level of research, how much time is spent in just basic research? Because clearly your mother wasn't involved in the world of The Infiltrator. Maybe she was in some way, but how do you get that knowledge together? I assume you have to have really superior research chops.
1,000%. For me, what I said to Bob Mazur, who The Infiltrator is based on, the way I make a movie, some directors get a screenplay and they never talk to the writer. There's all these different experiences.
Right.
For me on The Infiltrator, I said, Bob, I've never been undercover. So for me to make this movie, I have to not only see it through your lens, I have to understand every detail. I mean, I believe that expression, the devil's in the details. So the amount of research and time spent with Bob and due diligence and talking to other agents and everything we did collectively, it's years of work. It's not... It's years.
I mean, and you look at somebody like Kubrick, who was legendary. I mean, I remember there was a story about when the Laserdisc came out of 2001. There was, remember, CAV and CLV were the two different formats. He went through every frame and caught like a smudge on the Dawn of Man sequence. I mean, so there's that level. But in the end, do you find it hard to disconnect when you're done with the project if you are meticulous and just say, It's now the audience.
It's an old adage, like basically you're never done the movie, you just hand it in.
Oh, wow.
It's sort of what it is. Like I feel like the cut on City of Lies, due to politics and business and other things, there was a handful of things more that I thought were required that I wanted to do.
Yeah, musicians feel that way too about songs and albums that they put together as well.
And painters, something that they're painting, Brett, I would never want you to throw anybody under the bus, but I find Johnny Depp to be a fascinating person and a great actor. What was your experience working with him like? I mean, I'm sure there are multifaceted sides to Johnny Depp, but for you, what was it like?
Well, so he's the ultimate artist. He actually told me in our first meeting, which was 9 hours, we just it was amazing. I was playing music for him. He was playing music for me. Music is surely his first love. He said he had an allergy to formula, which I really appreciated his point of view. Johnny is kind, gracious, humble. I always sort of take like how I feel about people from how they treat me.
It's the only way you can, really. I mean,
he was so wonderful to me and opened up to me prior to all the public stuff about his personal life, and we just really shared about our lives as individuals. And it was, I honestly, I've been really blessed with certain people that I've connected with, in particular artists and actors who I've really, really connected with, and they're all meticulous at that level. These people are, they're special if they're able to achieve like that.
We have a recording of him advising you to take your pay on the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Take the money. Take the money. Take the money.
Very safe
He's insistent
advice.
like that.
Yeah.
Just say it.
If you're just tuning in, it's Brad Furman. And
that's amazing.
The movie People Not Places, shot in Atlantic City. When do you expect this to see the light of day?
Next year, date to be determined. We've got to figure out a few things, but next year for sure.
Do you, family-wise, we've mentioned your mom. Do you have any siblings?
Only child.
You're an only child.
It was a curse when I was a kid, but now that I'm older, I'm solid with it. I was so jealous of everybody who had brothers and sisters and all this stuff going on.
Yeah.
But my parents were cool and still are, and
that's
we're
awesome.
Lucky they're still here.
You got the primo spot in the will, so you're all good.
No, I told I always say to them, keep everything you have, live your life to the fullest. Like I don't want anything.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, one.
One?
Yeah,
You're going to stay with one and done?
Probably, yeah. A beautiful 2-year-old girl named Zion.
Oh man,
Yeah,
Zion!
she's on
I was
my
wondering.
neck
I saw
here.
your necklace there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
really cool. It says Zion. That's beautiful.
Her mother and I survived literally a flash flood in Zion.
Whoa.
Yep.
And that's where the name.
Narrows?
Yep, like a real flash flood.
Wait,
Closest I was ever at to like realizing, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Well, give us the details.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a hiker. I know nothing about it. She said, let's not go. And I said, no, it's fine because it was after a rainstorm. We
Right.
got in there. Even talking about it's like so crazy.
And by the way, the Narrows is a stream that you hike through.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have to go up river, upstream. So me being the idiot walked to, you walk 50 yards. There's like an open mouth to the river. There's probably like 50 people waiting their feet, 2 inches high on your ankles kind of thing. And to get to the Narrows, you have to go up.
Yeah.
So I was like, we can go. And meanwhile, we don't have any of the right things, but we start walking. And it's literally like being at the ocean. We're there. We're probably about 100, 200, 300 yards past those people. And then, because I'm remembering now as I look back at it, all of a sudden I see this wave, like a rolling wave of water coming toward us. And I looked at her and I was like, oh my God. So we foolishly, because we're panicked, we rushed to the right side, but as we climbed up on the side, it was all mud. And the water had risen about 3 feet at that point. Okay. So I saw the mud all collapsing in, and then I see these 2 kids about like 20 years old, and they're holding their phone like this. They're Instagramming or like, and I would look, I turned to the kid and I was like, dude, if we don't move or make a move, we're dead.
Yeah.
So, I turned to Jessica and I was like, hey, we got to move. And so we dove and we held hands, and then she got sucked under and I pulled her out. Then we broke apart. And then the kid and the other kid went and like he got flown down and they came in and helicoptered him out, and we went to the other side. So
wow.
When she was pregnant, I was like, I think we should name our daughter Zion. And then I grew up on my cousin who passed and Bob Marley and the Iron Lion Zion and all these kind of things.
Sure.
So I was like, this is the name.
Yeah. Well, that's a movie, for Christ's sake.
Yes.
It was a movie for a moment that I don't even telling you the story. I'm having like weird anxiety and PTSD. It was not.
I hear you.
I listen. I hiked through the Narrows and I loved it and I had a great time. But I was uneasy the whole time because I was like, there's nowhere to go if something goes wrong, and I have no idea what's ahead of us. So wow.
Yeah, we didn't make it obviously.
Yeah.
But we made it like in other ways.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to have to take her there someday, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I got big plans for all the fun things I want to do with her. Like I was at the Springsteen concert the other night, and I was like, he needs to live long enough and play long enough so I can take Zion to a Springsteen show. I'm like, I mean, that's constantly in my life right now.
Yeah.
How was the concert? We were talking about before we started. It was. You said it was.
I've been
amazing.
blessed to see him so many places. Bonnaroo was unbelievable years ago. I've never seen a show like this. It was one of those things where I happened to be in New York for work, and I knew he was playing Asbury Park, and
It was See Here Now.
It was
nice.
itching me. I was like, I can't not see the boss in Asbury. I was like, that's his home. Like, I gotta go. It's a once, because there's no venue for the East Street Band. So if he doesn't go back to that festival, when is he playing there? He's not, in my head. That's what I'm thinking.
Are you friendly with Danny Clinch? It's his festival.
No, I saw that. Actually, my friend Chris is like a exec at Spotify and knows him, but I just grab tickets on StubHub.
Danny's he's an incredible photographer, and he started putting this festival together a few years ago, and he shot Bruce for a long, long time. He had Pearl Jam and a whole bunch of others, and then Danny apparently just invited Bruce, and they're going to go play the Stone Pony, and so they were hanging out there after the festival.
Right? Yeah, amazing. I mean, that's the Bruce thanked him at the show, and then there's an article saying how they were hanging at the house, and Danny's like, "Would you do the festival?"
Jeez.
I mean,
Brad, talking about being in this region in your industry, I think is tomorrow. Are we having Night On tomorrow?
Yes.
Night Shyamalan's coming by tomorrow.
Super cool.
Do you guys know each other? Working in the same
I don't
industry?
know him, but he was definitely, his work was a big inspiration. I love that he shoots everything Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, he's cornered the market on. Plus, he's had such a revival in his career. I mean, it's amazing what he's done. He's really stood the test of time.
He's coming in with James Newton Howard as well, the composer.
Oh, super, yeah, he's an amazing composer.
Music in your movies? Obviously, you're a Tupac fan.
My composer is this guy, Chris Hajian. He's amazing. Absolutely wonderful. I mean, City of Lies, I actually produced some music with a guy named Alberto Boff. So that was a lot of fun. And Valletta Wallace gave us Biggie's acapellas, which are like layered in as like sort of an instrumental track, which is really cool. But Chris Hagen's been my backbone for my whole career, and he's an absolute dream.
So with People Not Places, trying to get something set up for next year for release, what are some other things? I mean, you probably can't tip your hand on all the projects that you're thinking about doing, but are there any things that are out there that are maybe a bucket list? I'd like to get to that story or do this type of film.
I've written for years, so I'm definitely focused on hopefully wanting to make the things that I've written, because I wrote this movie. Jessica and I wrote this movie, Tin Soldier, that we made, and we're very blessed. It's Jamie Foxx, Bob De Niro, Scott Eastwood. We made it before People Not Places, but because we made it independently and it's a huge movie, it's been through so much hell. There's almost this like small part of me that's hoping it doesn't come out. I've been like suffering with it. It's been an interesting.
It's got to be torturous because so many times, and it will happen that a movie just sits on the shelf forever, and you get locked into that sort of purgatory. And then sometimes a movie company, I mean, you're working a little bit more independently, but will write. It blows my mind that there's a Batgirl movie for better or for worse, that cost almost $100 million that they just shelved.
Yeah, there's crazy stories behind each and every one. I think I just set out to make a particular movie with Tin Soldier, and as in business and art and these things, it ended up something else. And I'm proud of many things about it, but we have to see where the finished product lands. I'm basically in post on 2 movies right now.
Wow.
So this movie exists. It's all but finished, and it stars Robert De Niro, Jamie Foxx.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but it's just sitting out there.
Yeah, it's just sitting out there.
There are stories. There's a book I read it years ago, and at the time, some of the projects have actually come out talking about this bizarre Twilight Zone realm that these films that you have never heard of, may never hear of, that Blood and Sweat and Creative Vision were part of, and just cast into the ether.
City of Lies is that exact story, because it was a distressed asset in an Israeli bank that closed down their finance division. And they told me straight out, we're never releasing this movie. This isn't what we do for a living. So I spent 18 months during the pandemic and prior learning about distressed assets. My cousin, Zach Furman, does that for a living in Philly, so he was helping me. And, we figured it out. And ultimately, we had some great buyers, but prior to that, it was a 3,500 screen domestic release and a big deal for a release, and then everything toppled, and that's just life.
All right, so you've got Tin Soldier, Jamie Foxx, Robert De Niro. It's just sitting there. Where is it sitting? Is it at your house? Can you watch it whenever you want to? Can you show some friends?
They played it. I have a copy.
You do? All right.
Yeah, I do. I can play it for you.
Yeah.
We have it. I had City of Lies. I had a DCP of City of Lies, like when it was like on the shelf forever. I thought it was never going to come out. I was like,
we'll bring the desserts from the sugar,
right?
And we can, have a little party.
That's amazing.
Where do you live, by the way, now?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, you're all right in LA.
How often do you get back to the area?
I try to make it for the home opener for the Eagles and just to see friends and family. My family has a house down in Ventnor, too.
Concerning that, it was worth the trip to go.
Yeah, right.
Game.
God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. You were there.
It didn't look good from not kicking the field goal in the beginning, so.
Yeah.
LA has a fair amount of Philly transplants. We've spoke to a few over the years. You've got a little contingency there of Eagles fans or anything?
Yeah, there's certain. The bars keep changing what the Eagles bars are, but it's an easy way to find people, and you'd be surprised.
We've heard Adam McKay is a friend of the show, and
cool.
he talks about.
I didn't know he was an Eagles fan. Is he a Philly guy?
Well, he's a Philly guy.
Oh, that's super cool.
It's
weird. We've crossed paths. I had no idea.
I think basketball is his number one.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm blanking on the name from the Bear, Pretzels.
Oh, Shappy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Shapiro.
Another Philly guy.
All right, I need you guys to fill me in. All
right,
we'll give you a list.
We'll organize it. We'll get you and Rob McElhenney and Kalen Olson, that whole crew. We'll arrange the party. You guys just show up for it. Well, listen, Brett, it's great to meet you in person. We've talked to you before via Zoom, but this is
a real honor. Thank you.
Excellent. It's our pleasure. People Not Places. When this is coming out, please make us aware.
Yeah, 1,000%. Like I said, it's super cool and a real honor to be here. And a lot of fun. You guys are great.
Good luck with everything. We appreciate it.
You.
Yeah,
Brad Furman, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Love it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. We will have your chance of winning $1,000 with Good Money It and another W, a working song. Back School A to Z and the B-File coming up. Stay put.
Somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
Passages?
tracks,
Yeah.
on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
Yeah, I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez.
Of
Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing.
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're
my
zooming. God! All right, real quick. You have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we
love him.
Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up, as I do at my elderly age, to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah.
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you. Bob,
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it, not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you, if I contend, a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a
Saget's
lot for snow globes. It was, and sleds went up.
Were those the
value.
tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top. Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill.
No.
Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that
response. Self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set. That
it's
people
legendary.
booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, this is going great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd. It was just booers, and he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, "Did you see that? That was terrible." I said, "Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever."
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living. But I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave. him out. But Bill is because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well, but we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask, So,
Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way
It
over.
looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in, and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid to you can.
We have about 20 seconds or so before I can officially say that it's 10 o'clock. And fire up the Good Morning It keyword. So we'll do that in a second. A reminder also, today is Tattoos Day. So if you have not done it yet, text the word tattoo to 39333 because we still have up for grabs a $350 gift certificate for a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And of course, you can visit them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia, or take a look at their samples at Floating World, or on floatingworldtattoos.com, or at Floating World Tattoos on Instagram. And we have more giveaways with the Sugary. It's ridiculous.
Oh my
all the stuff they brought
God,
here.
this stuff is fantastic.
So I'll do another giveaway with that in a moment, but it is now officially 10 o'clock, and we can do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, your word is only, ONLY. We will give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com, on the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number and that number is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you're by your phone and you answer it. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. So, again, the word is only ONLY, and the whole thing is sponsored by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by JT Brewskis. You can join Casey Boy Thursday night from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at JT Brewskis in Delco. And you could enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. Here's a story out of Texas. A DoorDash driver was making a Panera bread delivery, claims that he was shot at by a man on horseback blocking cars on a country road, but was still able to make the delivery, albeit a little late.
Did this man by any chance have a trusty Indian sidekick on another horse?
He did not.
Oh.
The driver, Matthew, said it has to be one of the craziest door dashing stories I've ever told. And he goes on to weave a thrilling tale of suspense, action, and mystery on DoorDash Driver's subreddit. Matthew found himself stuck driving behind a group of men on horseback. He said he quickly figured out that these particular three riders were responsible for the entire 50-plus car backup on this road that I was stuck on. They were intentionally spreading their three horses out, covering both lanes, and were messing with every car that attempted to go around them by maneuvering their horses in front of us and cracking up every time someone would attempt to get around them.
That's a dick move.
He asked the trail riders if they could move to the side of the road so he could pass. One of the riders allegedly said, "Shut your bitch ass up."
Oh.
That's not a good cowboy.
After one final attempt of swerving around the horses, the left rider quickly got in front of me again, forcing me to slam on my brakes, forcing a loud WTF out of my mouth, which apparently set the rider off into a rage when he heard me. And that's when one of the riders dismounted his horse, pulled out a gun, and said, "I ought to pop your ass right now." The other two riders maneuvered their horses.
Are you feeling lucky, DoorDash boy?
To the right, blocking Matthew and trapping my car in that spot. He said, "I freaked out immediately, finished rolling my window up and making sure my doors were locked first as he approached. And before he came up to my window, I flat out panicked. I decided to floor it directly under the side ditch to my left, and somehow miraculously got around him without getting stuck. Before I was able to get out of the ditch and start driving the hell away from them, the gun fires off, striking my car." He said, "No joke, after my car was hit and I got around them safely, this only got worse." He called 911 while one of the riders was, he said, hauling ass and attempting to catch up to my car. Matthew said he was finally able to get to the exit on Highway 521 where he met Fort Bend police officers and filed a report. After inspecting the car, it was found one of the men had fired a bullet, it hit at the car and hit his trunk.
Jeez, so they got the guys?
No. After conferring with officers and filling a report, Matthew continued his delivery. At the time after the delivery, the customer messaged Matthew on his way home that Panera had messed up his order inside the bag, not on the receipt, giving them someone else's food. Despite finishing the order, Matthew received the message from DoorDash saying that he had a contract violation on his account for the 3-hour delivery time and that his account would be reviewed for deactivation.
Yes, I'm a horse, and today I was carrying a cowboy that shot at someone.
Oh, you called the tip line?
Yes.
The sheriff's...
He's in the other room, that's why I'm whispering.
The sheriff's office said that they are investigating the case but did not have any suspects at this time. So
I also like Panera.
Police are investigating after a homeowner's security camera captured a man performing an indecent act with a cucumber in her Northwest Washington, D.C. driveway.
A man?
Yes.
Okay.
The incident occurred around 5:30 p.m. The homeowner, Catherine Baker, shared footage.
Was the act the Who's on First routine?
Hoping to help police identify the man and protect the community. In Catherine's security video, the man walks over to the front of the car and appears to shimmy the vegetable into the car's grill.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, but I think it was because
getting ready because
in place.
He'd back into it.
And it's hard to see exactly what he does, but while looking around to make sure he's alone, he turns around, appears to drop his pants, and has some private time with the cucumber.
We call this hood ornament of pleasure.
He then walked away, lit up a cigarette, and put the cucumber back into his lunchbox.
Oh, no! No, he didn't. He was going to eat that later?
No.
They might be using it again that
Exactly.
way.
A little post-lunch diddle.
Or maybe he's doing ATM. I don't know, Case. Authorities are pursuing
with a cucumber
charges under D.C.'s indecent exposure law, which could result in fines or jail time.
Okay, your choice. Cucumber, eggplant.
Oh
my God, cucumber. Especially one of those English ones, the thinner ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those are.
Yeah, okay.
Much more
And then
gentle.
which car?
And they're seedless, too. Oh, man. Probably
Which has the best?
Genesis. They have a good grill.
Yeah,
on the
they
front.
do. Yeah, a good cucumber grill.
In San Francisco, a Bay Area man faces 20 years in prison if convicted of interference with flight crew members following a flight to San Francisco International Airport on Monday, during which he attempted to tamper with the aircraft's overhead oxygen mask compartment and then assaulted the flight's crew.
Looking for a place to stick my cucumber.
The 30-year-old man was on a Frontier Airlines flight. Attendants noticed suspicious behavior from a passenger shortly after takeoff. While the plane was ascending over the Pacific Ocean, still below 10,000 feet, the flight's crew noticed the oxygen masks in a row of the aircraft had come out of the overhead compartment. Upon investigation, they saw a man tampering with the container.
What?
And the passenger appeared claustrophobic, and officials said began yelling obscenities at flight attendants, allegedly claiming, "We are all going to hell, and this airplane is going down." Flight crew attempted to restrain the passenger, but were unsuccessful. Passenger allegedly then attempted to choke a flight attendant.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
Before he was ultimately restrained by a seatbelt with help from other passengers. Officials said the man then kicked the flight attendant several times in the leg, which caused bruising and swelling that required medical attention. They were then diverted to Ontario International Airport, where they landed. The man was arrested on a federal criminal complaint alleging that he assaulted flight attendants, and if convicted, faces a statutory maximum sentence of 20 years in prison.
I wonder how difficult it is. I would have assumed it'd be fairly difficult to tamper with the oxygen masks and get at them.
Yeah, you'd have to really
Jimmy that, right?
pry that
Jimmy.
open. So hang on. Got to Jimmy that.
Jimmy!
All right.
I'm going to get my hair back.
That's what I have in the bizarre file for you.
Jimmy!
All right, let's remind you, you have about 7 minutes left to enter the word only for good money at our $1,000. So ONLY, WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. So make sure you do that now. Now, after you're doing that, done doing that, be caller number 16 because we'll give you a $50 gift card for the Sugary.
Yay!
Not just about dessert. You can try the breakfast menu that includes apple cider donuts, ham and cheese turnovers, and coffee cake muffins. And don't miss as well the specialty coffee drinks like seasonal pumpkin spice or apple cinnamon lattes. It is the perfect stop for breakfast and coffee enthusiasts alike at 251 South 21st Street between Locust and Spruce Streets near Rittenhouse Square. So that's Sugary.
Stuff is amazing.
Hence the song from The Dead there. Caller 17, we will set you up. We'll take a break. We will come right back. We'll get to the lesson question, trash, and music news as well. So stay with us.
Looking at it.
Well, he was. A lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, you know, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't
of
think
pot?
he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. Well, actually, on his tombstone, it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald is, to me, is just one of the greats. And I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as
we're
excited.
coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material is always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
Have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
Are you going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're going to.
That we don't talk over one another, and so that but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately, and I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood, and I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars, so that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central, but please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up, because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And people, unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss! So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really. They talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man.
We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers, it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get to quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talks. But he's great. And he's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations and stuff like that. So you
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You know? You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. And is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ. From Full House.
Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in
too.
with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's the Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, and original drummer John Rutsey from Rush on 93.3 WMMR.
Wow.
Working Man. That actually is the last song that band ever played together in their farewell tour. They did a sequence of going backwards. They started off with their current material.
Yeah.
And they played songs. They went through every single album, which was a ridiculous amount of albums throughout the years, all the way down to their very first single, which was Working Man, and they ended with that, and then the band was no more. And, of course, Neil died a couple of years after that.
That's pretty wild, man.
All over.
That's a way to do it, though.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And as they did it, it was pretty amazing because they started with full production and lights, and they would slowly take things away.
Oh, yeah.
And replace them with items that they used on those particular tours that they were highlighting with the songs at the time. And when they got down to Working Man at the end, Steve, they literally had an amp on a chair, and they had a light, like a lamp that they had taped a light onto.
Really?
And were shining it because that's what they would have done.
They mentioned that in the documentary.
Yes.
That's what they would do in the basement of the school.
And that's what they did, and that's how they ended their shows.
I love that.
Pretty amazing.
It's bittersweet.
Yep. All right, let's see. We have some stuff to give away. We're going to do the lesson question today. We have a $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card. If you can answer a question correctly about today's program. The question that I'll pose to you is, in the divorce settlement between Artem Chigvintsev and Nikki Bella, what is Nikki's lawyer demanding? It was one thing. Actually, there were two things that were mentioned. You give either one of them, and we'll set you up with the prize. So there were two things mentioned. Name one of them. 215-263-WMMR in the divorce between Artem Chigvintsev and Nikki Bella.
That son of a bitch.
What is Nikki's lawyer demanding? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And we will get these stories while we wait for your call. What's up in the trash this morning, Steve?
Well, Mariah Carey posting pics of her visit to the Great Wall of China. Carey says she realized that sometimes great just means big.
Hey!
Cher is officially backing off her legal efforts to put her son Elijah Blue Ullman under a conservatorship. Cher says at a certain point she realized, who's crazier, the kid or me for naming him Elijah Blue? And finally, Broadway actor Ethan Slater and Lily J are divorced, having come to a legal settlement. Slater said no one is at fault. They just grew apart after he started banging Ariana Grande. And finally, Britney Spears' ex-husband Sam Ashgari has officially moved on after he was seen with a mystery blonde in a West Hollywood dog park. Ashgari didn't reveal much, but said the Neumann has many of the things he loved about Britney, but without the I might kill you in your sleep vibe. And that's your Hollywood.
Alrighty, thank you, Steve. Let's see if you know the answer to the question in the divorce between Artem Chigvintsev and Nikki Bella. What is Nikki's lawyer demanding? And we'll go to Scott and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Scott.
I just got out of the shower.
Just got out. All right, Scott. What's the one thing that Nikki's lawyer wants?
A soda stream.
The soda stream. Hang on, Scott. Got yourself $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card. You can find your own little Italy at Botto's Italian Market and Restaurant in Swedesboro. Botto's serves all Italian specialties and homemade prepared foods. Complete info at bottos.com. All right, we will now present the music news to you.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Bates Motel. For a limited time only, the Bates Motel is offering buy one, get one free tickets.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, this will not last. Tickets are limited to buy today at WMMR.com/deal. So get those now. Buy one, get one free.
Do it!
Do it now!
Do it now!
All right, I have 3 stories to mention to you. It's very little surprise of an update after the Boston show and the Jane's Addiction reunion tour ended with punches thrown at Dave Navarro by Perry Farrell. The band announced yesterday the rest of the tour has been canceled.
Oh. Yeah, how do you go on from that?
So according to a message posted to Instagram stories, the band wrote, the band have made the difficult decision to take some time away as a group. All ticket sales will be refunded. And Perry issued a public apology to fans yesterday after the tour was canceled, and he told TMZ that he is heartbroken by his behavior on stage.
I apologize.
And he said, I take full accountability for how I chose to handle the situation.
I'd like to apologize.
Yeah, so he messed up, man.
He did, and he's got issues.
And I am glad that he is coming clean on that, because if he were to start being defensive about it, then that would be...
First step is the apology.
Yeah, so...
I apologize.
Apologize. One more time, if you wouldn't mind, please.
I apologize.
Thank you. Mark Hoppus is branching out. The bassist and vocalist for Blink-182 announced yesterday that he has written a book, and I love the title of the book, Fahrenheit 182.
Fahrenheit 182.
Great
Not
name.
bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's set to be released on April 8th and can be pre-ordered now at Fahrenheit182.com. In a not safe for work video posted on Instagram, Hoppus said that his book has, quote, punk rock clubs, skateboarding, and 90s music, but that's not all. In true punk form, he also promises that if you order now, you'll receive at no extra cost to you anxiety, depression, band breakups, and everyone's favorite, cancer. Mark was diagnosed with lymphoma in 2021, but reported that he was cancer-free in September 2022 after chemotherapy. So that should be an interesting book for sure.
It's definitely one for the list.
And then finally, the sold-out tour of Pussifer, Primus, and A Perfect Circle is hitting the road in the U.S. again next year for 6 weeks, starting April 24th. And there will be stops in Las Vegas, Tulsa, Tampa, St. Louis, and Philadelphia, amongst others. A 26-show run will end in Seattle. And Maynard James Keenan says that it was a no-brainer to extend the tour. The Sesanta run, he said, was by far the most fun and delicious extended birthday party I've ever had, thanks to all of the attendees and the master of musicianship of Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle.
I'm surprised Beelzebub isn't on the bill.
Oh, my God, that's a great name.
Right?
Beelzebub and Pussifer. I
What
love
a
that.
double bill.
Ticket, somebody needs to tell him that right away. Ticket pre-sales start tomorrow, and general sales start on Friday at 10 a.m. local time. And they will be playing The Man May 15th of next year. So if you're a fan, got to get those tickets. All right, and that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, I have one last $50 gift card from The Sugary.
Shake it, sugary.
All right, we will set up caller number 11 at 215-263-WMMR. Make sure you stop by The Sugary, a new retail bakery location in Rittenhouse Square where they offer cakes, cake slices, cupcakes, cookies, dessert boxes, brownies, and cheesecake. We were talking to one of the owners. She said a lot of people are coming by and they're looking in the window, but we just got to get them inside there. Because once you get in,
trust us.
Yes.
And they've got a whole bunch of stuff there. You know, the muffins they're adding, and they're wanting to cater to that. You're in the mood. You have a sweet tooth, and you want to grab up something. They're there for you.
Yep, and all of their offerings are 100% handmade with premium ingredients, delivering a memorable and satisfying dessert experience. So I had this morning, I had requested, and they made a tres leches dessert box. Casey had the banana caramel cream pie dessert box. It comes in this little box container thing.
I love that thing.
It's fantastic. Steve, you had the chocolate chip.
Phenomenal. One of the best chocolate chip cookies I have ever had.
I'm going to try their almond croissant cookies, which they brought in. Nick, did you have your key lime pie tart?
Sure did. Also had the donut, which was really good.
Oh,
apple cider.
I tried one of those.
And I've not tried the cookie yet, but I had the key lime tart that they made for me as well as the donut. It's damn good.
Kathy, were the chocolate peanut butter cupcakes for you?
They were, and I did not have one yet. I put it. It's at my desk.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then Marissa, did you order funfetti? Was that you? All right. Cupcakes?
Funfetti, and she makes the sprinkles. They are homemade sprinkles. I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know you could do that.
Okay.
What are sprinkles? It's just got to be like colored sugar, I guess.
I have a Philly question.
Yeah.
If they go on cupcakes and not ice cream, they're sprinkles.
No.
But if they go on ice cream, they're Jimmy.
They're Jimmy.
Jimmy. Sprinkles.
Do you say Jimmy's, Marissa?
I go back and forth. Jimmy's to me are rainbow colored, and sprinkles are the brown ones.
No, those are chocolate Jimmy.
Right, chocolate. Oh,
Chocolate
I
Jimmy.
go back and forth.
The sprinkle binary.
All right. I didn't know if they morphed when they go on a cupcake.
Jimmy.
Totally different. Instead of a Jimmy. We need sprinkles.
Sprinkles.
All right. All right, we are taking a break. We'll take that caller, number 11, and we'll set you up. We'll come back in a moment, and we will wrap the program up, letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we return. So make sure that you stay with us.
Because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast.
Yeah.
Or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
People are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But you that's the interesting part is you can make, with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that it was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. Yep. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's
exactly
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right.
Cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with that. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
and but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a incredible emotion experience.
Wow. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking
suction cups? Yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see it. Think of a Nomad Land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
they don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the movie,
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of news.
That's sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
Well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter, Gigi Hadid's daughter, Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
They told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
Breaking news.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but.
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
Would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent... The W's, Back to School A to Z, Worldwide Suicide, the name of that song. That's the only world song that we have amongst the groupings.
The only world.
Yeah, that's the only one I'm seeing right now. We got some wrong ones coming up. We got some yellow songs a little bit later on. We got a whole bunch of U's as we work our way into the Y's, which will be along here shortly, but not before it's 2 songs from X. And one of them happens to be from Rush and is probably what I deem to be my favorite Rush song.
Wow.
So that is
a bold statement.
A little bit later on. Pierre will have that for you. It's an 11-minute masterpiece. Let's see. Today has been a fun radio program.
It has.
Really enjoyed it today. We had some wonderful people stopping by. We had some good eats. We gave some great things away. We still have one more thing to give away before we are done. But I would like to thank our one and only guest who is in the studio, Director Brad Furman.
Yes. Great guy.
From Lafayette Hill, and he stopped in to talk about the movie he just finished filming in Atlantic City called People Not Places, and it stars Shirley MacLaine. His mom wrote it. It will be released sometime next year. He's got 2 films in the can.
Yeah.
Are ready to go that will probably be coming out within the next year or so. So great guy, and he was honored to be here this morning.
Yeah.
Grew up listening to MMR, and he thought this was a really cool thing to be able to come and talk about it. So it was really nice having him on. Let me see. What else I need to hit? Oh, I got to thank the Sugary.
Yes.
For
Oh,
being
my
here this
God.
morning.
Yeah.
All the desserts they brought by. Chocolate chip and almond croissant cookies. Chocolate peanut butter and funfetti cupcakes with Jimmy's. Banana caramel cream pie and tres leches dessert boxes. Key lime pie tarts. Apple cider donuts. They also have, at the location, they have breakfast sandwiches, and they've got all kinds of different coffees and sprinkles, too.
No, we will never use that clip again.
Play it again. One more time.
Yeah. So we thank them for being here. They are at 251 South 21st Street in Philadelphia, Rittenhouse Square, essentially.
There you go.
Right around the corner.
Yes.
So
check them out.
Stop by and see him. You will not be disappointed. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day.
Nice to see you.
And to you,
I think we have some goodies left over. Should you feel the need to dabble?
I couldn't even think of it.
How you feel? You
oh, yeah. You weren't feeling well.
I haven't eaten in 3 days.
Oh, my God.
Stomach virus?
Yeah. It's, it's colitis.
Oh, wow.
And I woke up Saturday with this searing pain in my stomach. And I went to sleep for a while, and I left a message for Dr. Mike and called me and said, "Get to the hospital. Go to the emergency room."
Yeah.
Okay, and I fell asleep.
Have you ever been diagnosed with colitis before? Oh, my goodness.
They say that the best thing for it is almond croissant cookies.
I kept thinking of the Eagles song, "On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair, Warm Smell of Colitis."
Of colitis. Yes, of course.
It's colitis.
I was thinking a girl with colitis goes by.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
So, that's kind of wild that you have that.
So I had to go to the emergency room Sunday night. So by the time I had the energy to do it, and I got some nice IV fluids and some really nice drugs, which was pleasant, and eventually went home. But I took yesterday off, and I probably should have taken the day off, but I'm a trooper, and as we say in sports, you got to play hurt.
Play hurt. You take that from your years in the NFL.
Yeah. I hope you feel better, man.
Well, thank you. I sure do, too.
Okay, well, let's do the letter of the day, if you don't mind. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A is in A to Z.
All right, and we'll give away on Friday a VIP package for the MM Barbecue Saturday, including 4-pack of sweet tickets, parking, and VIP club access. The tickets also come with in-seat wait service at the dedicated VIP entrance. So go to WMMR.com for another chance to win a VIP package for 4. Tickets are on sale now. via Ticketmaster, starting at just $25 for the lawn. I would like to congratulate our winner of Tattoos Day today, and that winner is Nick Buncey of Boyertown. It's spelled B-U-N-C, so it might be Bunce, it might be Bunchy. I'm not really sure, but Nick, you know who you are. Apparently, he's been trying to win for quite a while and was very excited to be our winner. So you get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. If you've been trying to win for a while, you probably have an idea of what Preston and Steve theme you want to go with, so we are excited to see that. Check out Floating World Tattoos at 1729 South Street in Philly, or go to floatingworldtattoos.com, or you can find them on Instagram as well at Floating World Tattoos. What you got going on, man?
Well, it will be another chance for $1,000 coming at noon, which will be fun in money. What are we calling it this time?
Good money.
Good money. It. Okay, and we'll have that coming along, and we might wrap up this A to Z today. Were you thrilled to get Working Man?
Yeah, it was cool.
I was happy for you.
It was really cool. Thank
you. So we're in the high W's. I don't know how many X's or Y's.
2 X's, you said, Preston?
2 X's, yeah. You get Xanadu.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Good one.
So, and then there's only a few Z's. So I think it will end today.
Yes. Chuck is saying, if not you, Brent, most likely, will be wrapping it up today.
Very cool. So we'll see how it goes.
Man, this has been a good one this year.
Longest ever.
Yeah.
And I love that. Nice. I think it's longest ever since we left downtown. But when we first got here, we didn't do it for a couple of years, actually. And then when we started it back up again, it was a little shorter. You know, we're always adjusting it. But Chuck has done a just superb job. So our hats are off to Chuck D'Amico for the incredible effort he put into this thing.
Absolutely.
And it has sounded, I think, quite amazing.
It's been terrific.
It's not radio you'll hear anywhere else, right?
No, absolutely. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Leaf Home. They make home ownership easy. Tomorrow's going to be a full day. It's a Wednesday, so we'll do Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word. M. Night Shyamalan and composer James Newton Howard will be joining us tomorrow. And we are also going to have the voice of Lisa Simpson, Yeardley Smith, on the program. So some good stuff to get to you tomorrow. That's it. We are done. So rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you. Bye-bye.